Thank you so very much. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our September board meeting for 2025. Did you say Director Lund was there? I just want to check her sound. Oh yeah, there you are. Hi, good Director Lund. Can you hear us? Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Thank you. All right. We are ready to roll. I'd like to begin by acknowledging and respecting the Indigenous people within whose traditional lands we are meeting today. I'll take a motion to adopt the agenda for today. Thank you, Maine. McFadden, discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the motion to adopt August board minutes. Thank you, Lockwood, Popoff. Any corrections, edits? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. CAO, yes, an introduction.
Sure. Through the chair, really happy to announce that we've got a building inspector now in Creston. Konstantin Vasev joins us. I don't think he's online to give a wave. I'm not sure. But yeah, very happy that he's replacing Eric in Creston, and we do have someone permanently at that office to support building inspection for those areas. Chief Preisel, Colton Preisel, joins us as the North Shore Fire Chief. He's replacing Thomas Service. So in here to be introduced to all of you. And then finally, I'll pass it over to Dwayne for our final introduction today with an IT staff member.
Thanks, Stuart. Yeah, I wanted to introduce Joe Bishard. So he's the new IT technician replacing Ian Thoreau. And you got to know Ian through support issues or supporting you on your devices. So Joe's going to be here filling that role along with Brian, and you also work for out of Creston. Both Brian and Joe make that front end support team. So we're excited to have him in here a couple weeks, and it's been a great addition to the team.
Welcome to the team.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are going to delegations now. We have Save What's Left Conservation Society. If you'd like to come up, Joe, to the podium. And do you have someone online as well, or is it just you?
It's just me.
Okay, great.
Just got my laptop. But I do have, yeah, there we go. My presentation up there. Should I get underway?
Yes, floor is
Great.
yours. Go ahead.
So I don't have a lot of time. We got 20 minutes in total. I'm gonna try to whip through this really quickly. These are really, really complex issues, and I want to start with just saying I really hope you guys can have a real open mind about things and just think of sort of the other side. I'll be blunt. I'm here to counteract the rhetoric that's coming from Forestry Works for BC with a counterpoint. Yeah, I've put a lot of time into this. All volunteer over the last few years. The next slide here, that slide there, it shows a tree in the Cabot New Denver corridor. It's either been logged in the last few months or it's going to be logged any minute now. That corridor is very, very heavily logged, and most of that is BC timber sales getting that line. This picture here is from Smallwood operating area, which is above Washington, BC. That tree there is gone now. That was taken last year. Again, most of that was that logging in Smallwood was it was done by Klisnikov, but those blocks were bought through the BCTS process. There's literally almost no natural forest left in the Smallwood operating area. And that's really easily shown with Google Earth.
Joe, you have to advance your slides.
Oh shoot!
So do you have the thing?
I do.
There you go.
I'm not used to doing this presenting where I've got two things going on.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, hold on.
I tried the forward one and oh boy.
Can I get you try again? There you go.
Did that work?
That did.
So that's odd. So how am I gonna?
Okay, I will do it. Yeah, don't worry about it, Joe. Angela will do it.
Great. Okay, so if you go to the third slide there. Yeah, that's too bad. Anyhow, I guess I should just keep going.
Yes, we're good.
So let's go to the fourth slide. So I wanted to just set the stage for who I am and whatnot. I'm a serial entrepreneur. At 25, I started a company in Christova's manufacturing an organic food product. Still buy it across the country. You can buy it in Newfoundland. You can buy it in Haida across the country. I'm also a registered on-site wastewater practitioner, and I run an excavation business for a living. It's a small one. I've got a lot of training in soils stuff. But I'm also the author of this report. It's 52 pages. It was vetted by a whole, probably a dozen forestry professionals, biologists, ecologists, and actual RPS, registered professional foresters. And it really talks about the fallacy of BCTS and what it's really key about BCTS is what it's about. I've got copies of it here. If anyone wants a copy, I'm more than happy to. It presents just like so many arguments for why we need to change things in forestry. I'm not into forestry. Just a little bit more about me. Like I collect chainsaws. I can walk up to a tree. I can fall it the way I want to in 2 seconds. That giant truck in the parking lot, that's mine. I'm not like a total greenie, and I can't see the other side. All this activism that I've been doing in the last 5 years, it came from hearing from my logger buddies saying things need to change. So that's my foundation. And these guys still feed me with tons of information, and I'm in touch with them a lot. So moving on to the next slide, let's go to slide 6. Well, we can skip that one, that's fine. So now this slide here, that is in Kootenay. So that's 1 of 6 blocks, huge clear-cut stuff, Kootenay. They were sold in 2019 for $750,000 to pay to the province, but that's just gross revenue. BC Timber Sales actually doesn't make money. They actually, all the evidence is that they actually lose to a tune of about $50 to $180 million a year. So I want to keep that environmental stuff more or less to the side, mostly in this presentation, because it's the economic stuff that is actually really foundational, and folks seem to get in this day and age. Moving on to the next slide. This is also Kootenay. So this is one of about 20 streams. That photo was taken in April of this year, of the logging up Kootenay. So this is 1.5 kilometers before the old growth trail in Kootenay, and that forest was between 100 and 120 years old when it was cut down, and they logged right through all the riparian areas and the smaller ephemeral streams, and then it's cedar hemlock forest, but it's being replaced with a fir pine mix. There's a few places where they did plant cedar, but it's going to come back as very, very different forest with climate change, with very different ecological values. Moving right along to the books, this is one bit of proof that we have that BCTS is a big drain on our economy. The numbers in red there, that says transferred from consolidated revenue fund. So basically, that's the money coming out of the public purse to pay to log. Those 6 huge cut blocks, they would keep a mill like Kootenay of that size, like sort of upper medium size, going for about 3 or 4 days, just kind of put it in perspective. Next slide is economic myths about forestry. So the very top line is the $1.7 billion contributed to the GDP by forestry. And then the bottom line is $9.7 billion that tourism contributes. But even this is skewed because it doesn't recognize the real contributions of tourism, where the money is often coming from other countries and just it's being parked in Canada. It's the best case scenario. With forestry, it's actually the opposite. Five companies control about 60% of the logging that happens in the province, and those companies are just shuffling money to the southeastern U.S., where their forests aren't completely. They don't have a supply issue like we do here. So that's quite stunning. This next slide is mind blowing. So there's actually only 13,750 jobs in the bush in all of BC. which represents less than 0.5%. So we're talking 1 in 200 jobs. And I'm not belittling those jobs. I could be one of those jobs. I really feel for my logger friends and the people I know who have worked in mills and all that stuff. I have a lot of compassion for that. These guys are my buddies, and they're giving me, they're choked at what's happening. They're choked at the raw log exports. They're choked at this and that. So yeah, I want to see a truly sustainable future for the logging industry, and I know it can happen. Transitioning to selective logging of already disturbed forests and being ecologically sensitive logging, it makes financial sense too. Obviously, that type of harvesting takes a lot more manpower, and doing wildfire mitigation correctly, and that's the whole other topic. This puts the slide, next slide. This shows a little bit more perspective of where those jobs are. So this includes the jobs in paper mills like Mercer or whatever. So then we're up around 1.6, 1.7% of jobs. And that's in 2023. That number is actually expected that it's actually lower. So that's in the whole of forestry directives. Now, let's talk about subsidies for a second. Next slide. Is this it? Yeah. So this is a huge topic, and it takes an economist to go through it. But my dad was an auditor for the federal government, and he is like a laser. And I have some of that in me, and I try to figure out all this stuff. In one afternoon, behind the computer, 2.5 hours, I found evidence online of Mercer in Castlegar getting $60 million in subsidies, both provincially and federally, since 2010. So let's do the math here. That works out to $10,000 for every employee for every year since 2010. So, and that's just what I could find. So there's actually a whole bunch more subsidies. There's FESPC subsidies I couldn't find that are part of that. So who knows what the actual figure is? But those jobs are expensive, right? And I'm not saying we shouldn't have a paper mill there, a pulp mill there, but we need to do things differently and start formulating calculating the real costs. Moving right along, next slide. And the real costs have to include the increased risks of flooding, wildfire, and drought, and that's where we're going to see lawsuits happening more in the future because of how extensive clear cutting would and just like say in the Grand Forks area, it's like that's intimately tied to poor logging practices and over harvesting. So it's tough when the Ministry of Forests is also the BC Wildfire Service to get clarity on what is really happening in the wildfire situation, in the sense that it's the fox in charge of the hen house there. These guys were the ones that created the problem. Are they going to be able to get us out of it? I highly question a lot of the wildfire stuff that's happening. I was at that BC Burning film the other day in Castlegar, and there's so much to refute about it, and we're working on refuting that. I'm not saying that we don't have to do wildfire mitigation work in urban interface areas. We 100% do, but we gotta separate that from commercial logging. I'm getting to the end here. Next slide. This is where do our trees go? Let's just be clear about that. When people say, "Oh, you need to log because we need toilet paper" or stuff like that. Well, the reality is we export 85% of our wood. So 85% of the forest we cut down, it's shipped outside of Canada. We only use 15% in Canada. That big orange mark is the US. China is gray. The gold color is Japan. And then all other countries combined, like Korea, would be in there in the light blue, and then we're the dark blue. So we don't have to be doing this on quite the scale that we're doing it at. Next slide. So there's totally are solutions. It's just the extent of industry capture in the Ministry of Forest. It knows no bounds, and I wish I had more time to elaborate on that. But it's there are really straightforward solutions that will actually create a lot more jobs in our communities and create more wildfire resilience. But we have to be really careful about what we're hearing from lobbyists. So this is my final slide here. I don't want to take up any more of your time. But I got a few asks, and the first one is pretty simple. The next time that you're driving from Caslo to New Denver, really, if you were here 25 years ago, then you know what it looked like. If you weren't, imagine what it looked like. It was intact for the most part. It was, and now it's not. And a forest is a tree farm is not a forest. It has wildly different ecological values, and we're on the precipice of real ecological collapse, and that's what all biologists and ecologists are saying, and it's not good. So really feel it out and really think, what was this like? I was here then, and I spent a lot of time in the bush there, and I lament the loss of what we lost there. Second, take time to really understand the issues that are at stake, because they're incredibly complex. And three, there's absolutely nothing wrong with an informed opinion, and I certainly don't discredit folks for having a different one than I do. But you know, in terms of Forestry Works for BC asking for you to support forestry at UBCM, it's not. They are a lobbyist group, and a lot of I could refute almost everything that they say. Some of the things they're lobbying for hard right now are logging in provincial parks and logging in old growth management areas, and that goes against science from categorically. You know, I got problems with that. So I think with that, I'll leave it at that. But I'm happy to. I'm gonna run. I gotta go to
We've
work.
got a couple questions, Joe.
100%.
Okay.
And these I'd love to give those out. They cost $12 to print. If you like what you saw, I don't know if it's appropriate, but you could forward a $12 donation to save what's left. The email address is at the back. If you have it, also, this is a great way to contact me about anything. I'm really open to hearing from folks. I met with Ken Kolesnikov. That's an email address right at the end. There's tons of amazing photos from around the area as well to see what really is at stake. They're very complex issues, folks.
Thank you. So we've got 3 questions. We're gonna start with Papa, Cunningham, and then McLaren Co.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. A good presentation. I'm from the Spokane Valley, and you brought a lot of good points up there, and most of them I agree with. Some of them that are a concern is the flood risk, which we've experienced over in the Little Spokane River because of the clear cuts done up in the mountains there. And the other one was recently the wildfire. Now I see, tin forests often burn more intense in wildfires. That was debunked, but candling does happen. So what I'm told is if it's clear cut, that's a fire break. Can you expand on that a little bit?
I can. I'm not an expert yet, but I'm becoming on it. I'm working on it. I've read a lot about it, and I need to read a lot more. So let's caveat that. I'm not an expert. I'm not going to say I'm an expert. The biggest thing is to note that in my perspective, is that high intensity fires, they are increasing for sure. But we can't do, like, wildfire mitigation efforts don't work for high intensity fires. And it depends on so many climate and weather variables. That's what it depends on for those dangerous wildfires. They're the dangerous ones, you know. For weeks on end up in Spokane, we had creeping slow fires. They weren't actually a true threat to dwellings. They were a threat to other, but we can manage that. It's the high intensity stuff. So the best things we can spend money on is the immediate interface area with residences, not going into Falls Creek by BC Timber Sales, taking out all the big trees, which is actually completely wrong. You leave the big trees and you take out the ladder fuels and the small trees. That's what true wildfire mitigation is. I could go on, it's so complex. I'll leave it at that.
Director
I hope that
Cunningham.
helped.
Thank you. I appreciate your presentation. I live in Weimar and we have a very small watershed and we've been, when BC Timber Sales come up in about 5 years ago and said, listen, we want to log 1/3 of your watershed every 7 years. It means in 21 years we have no watershed left. And we have run, it's a very small stream, you run right on the borderline this time of the year. Every drop of water that comes down that stream goes into the town, basically, to the end. And, we see,
Yeah.
every, to the ground, because we pointed out when they build a road in there, they're gonna hit the, acid rock discharge, it's gonna ruin the water anyway, et cetera, et cetera. So BC Timber Sales then handed it over to ATCO for us to take care of, and now we're busy working with ATCO. So you know where we are.
And you know where I'm at is, that is being investigated, because what happened there isn't right. It's great to put a temporary pause on logging, but it's only temporary, and let's just say that was not copacetic. There's more to that story. We'll leave it at that, but I feel for you, and the residents of Falls Creek and Bonington are in the exact same situation right now. And they have 141 water connections off a tiny little stream at the beginning of July. The water volume is like that. I deal with well drilling all the time. You know how expensive that would be to put in 140 wells in Bonington? I mean, it's a high risk watershed. That's what the hydrologist said, you know? Wow.
So we have-
Wow. One more question, right?
Yeah, one more question and then I'll close it. McLaren Co.
Thanks, Chair. Through the chair, thanks for the presentation, Joe. Just 2 quick questions. You have what your ask is, but specifically, what would you have the regional district do? And my second question is there, do you see a role for community forests in sustainable forestry?
Great questions. I'll hit the community forestry one first. 100% community forestry is the way to go. I lobby from our Ministry of Forest for tenure reform all the time. Take it away from the big guys, give it to the small guys. You get 9 jobs per whatever with Herrick Proctor, whereas you get 2.5 from the big guys. It's a no-brainer. That said, there's a lot of community forests that are not doing a good job, and that's for one of them. In the cusp, what they're doing up there right now is wrong. And that is my perspective. It's ecologically not right. So is it a perfect model? No. If you look at what's happened in Valemont with their community forest, it's changed now because it was basically a scam. There was a cedar mill that couldn't get cedar, and they were sending the cedar all the way east to be turned into pellets. Big cedar. So because the math worked out and it was the wrong people on the board at Valemont's changed since then. So it's not that. Could you remind me quickly of your last?
Oh, specific ask, like for the region,
yeah,
RDCK.
Yeah, totally, for the regional district. You know, I don't want to pretend to be the expert on local government politics. It's just to have, if you read this, I will have a different perspective about, and when you're talking, and it's all about change happens from people talking to each other who know what they're talking about. And you can't talk about forestry unless you spend some serious time studying it, and you just can't. It's so complex. So don't yeah. What can you guys do? That's up to you. I just don't know. But just you can't support something like what forestry works for BC if you listen to their talking points, because it's really it's more what they actually stand for. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joe. I do think it's a really important one to note on the fire mitigation, Director Popoff's question. So the difference between a clear cut and a fire break is that it's a short-term solution. So in Poplar, I know this because of Poplar Creek and we have BC Wildfire Service. So the fire break, which was created by the clear cut, the timing was right, but give it another year. And what you're doing is you're increasing the heat units, and that's where fire increases. So shaded fuel breaks are generally the best practice. So I did want to provide that because I had asked BC Wildfire Service at the time. That being said, thank you for your presentation. I know that your booklet is also available at Otter Books right now.
That's right.
Yeah. So thank you so much for coming in. We appreciate your time and your research.
Thank you so much. Should,
Thank you.
what should I do with these? Does anyone want to put up their hand and me just give you one? And honestly, like, we like, think, you wouldn't believe how much this has affected my own revenue stream, because I spend thousands of hours working on this stuff, trying to make the world a better place. So I'm just saying, it would really help if you gave a donation, because it doesn't go to me, it goes to printing more of these, to get more of them out to more people like you.
Thank you so
Didn't
much,
quite get
Joe.
around the table, keep the Cheryl. I know where you live. Right on, Cheryl.
Thank you, Joe. Have a great
Thanks, guys.
day.
I will do that.
Yeah, so find me.
Awesome.
Okay.
I really appreciate your time, you guys.
Thank you.
So much, like this.
Okay, directors, we're gonna keep moving along. Thank you, Joe. Have a
Yes, you
good
guys.
day. 3.1.1 Preston Valley Services Committee, Director DeBoon.
Before I make the motion, can I just explain why it's even there, because it doesn't. When you read that, you wonder, oh, okay, what do we actually do there?
Sure.
So, there was a request from the Preston Valley Community Housing Society, who will be building I think a 19-unit apartment near the library. And the quickest and easiest way to get electrical servicing is with Fortis through the library. Electrical servicing there, which is a part of RDCK property, so that's why the motion was there, and that's what the outcome of that motion will be, to provide electricity to the project. So, having said that, motion is that the board approve the statutory right of way to Fortis BC for the purpose of
Congratulations, good luck, but like, this doesn't impact me.
Hey, Dan, can you mute? Thank you.
provide for the purpose of underground electrical servicing involving regional district land as noted there. And that staff provide notice of the proposed disposition pursuant to local government act requirements. And that the board chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the statutory right of ways once the limits of disposition requirements being satisfied.
Thank you. Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried? Although, wait your second motion.
Okay, second motion is that the board approve the RDCK entering into a lease agreement with the town of Creston for Creston Visitor Information Center for the period of September 1st, 2024 to August 31st, 2029. That the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the necessary documents, and further that the cost be paid from economic development area Creston B and C service as one way.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Question.
Yes,
Okay, 5-year lease? 5 years. Is it renewable?
through the chair, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good, Chair.
Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Dublin Area G Rec Commission. Who's moving that one? Lockwood, go ahead.
That the board approve the payment of the following grants from Rec Commission number 7, 2025, budget, Salmo Climbing Society, $5,000.
And sorry, were you seconding that, Cunningham?
That.
Thank you. Discussion? Oh, yeah.
Can I just make a comment that Salmo will have an indoor vertical, the only one in the Kootenay that will be, you can access it and not actually have somebody there monitoring all the time, so it's exciting come January.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Nelson Samo EFG Parks that you, Director Page, go ahead.
That the board approve an amendment to the 2025 financial plan for the Nelson Salmo and Electoral Area EF and G Regional Park Service S202 to increase the capital expenditure by $45,000 and the account transfer to the other services, project management as described. As we have our budgets, that's our budgets.
Thank you. Second discussion? Was that a discussion, Newell, or a second? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Your next vote.
That the board approve an amendment to 2025 financial plan for Nelson Salmo and Area EF and G Regional Park Service S202 to increase the amount of campgrounds by 41 to 88 and decrease the count of accumulated operating surplus by the same and remainder of the adjustments.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. West Transit, Director McFadden.
Great. The electoral E and F in Silicon Valley Transit Local Service Area Establishment Bylaw number 3035, 2025 be read a third time by content.
we have a second? Thank you, Popoff. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried?
Second one, that Kootenay Lake West Transit Service Establishment bylaw number 3036, 2025, read a third time by content.
Second? Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed?
Chair, opposed for the reasons stated at the West Transit, at the committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Recorded opposed, Davidoff. Okay. Joint Resource Recovery Committee, Director Newell.
That the board approved the RDCK enter into a procurement agreement with Fusion West Manufacturing Limited for the supply of 6 roll-off bins for a value not to exceed 88,376 plus GST, et cetera, cost paid from.
Seconded Popoff. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Committees and commissions for appointments. It's one motion, 3.2.1. Who would like to move that?
Cheers.
Thank you, Jackman. Second. Second. Thank you, McFadden. Discussion? I've never heard of Christine Hopkins. Does anyone know who she is?
Pretty good person.
I hear she's awesome. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Select committee chair, directors and alternate directors remuneration. So I just want to ask staff quickly to give a quick overview of what this committee will do, so you understand it, and then we will take nominations from the floor or questions. Sorry, we'll start with questions and then nominations. Stuart.
Sure, through the chair. So this is the second time that the board will have struck this select committee. The first time the scope was very limited around things such as childcare and other items the board wanted to see included in the bylaw. This time, based on what's come up over the past 3 years or so in terms of comments from directors around remuneration, I feel it should take a broader look at the bylaw generally in terms of remuneration and how the board wants to see that structure work. So I see the scope being a little bit broader with respect to the review. So just from that standpoint, the last one, I think it had 4 very specific, and directors Newell and Hewitt would remember because they were on that committee, but very specific direction from the board. Please look into the options for providing childcare, things that were very pointed, but I think this one should be a bit broader based on what I've heard. Staff support will be Yev for the committee in terms of supporting the 4 directors that are appointed to it. And ideally, the bylaw states that the recommendations be brought back around February of next year. I think that could be a bit flexible depending on how often the group gets a chance to meet, because they're not actually taking effect until after the next election.
So let's start with questions, and we'll hold the nominations until we're done with the questions so they don't get mixed up. So for questions, I have Popoff, Newell's on the list. Weatherhead, are your nomination, you're not question? Okay. Davidoff, are you question or nomination?
Nomination.
Okay. And Cunningham, question?
Question.
Okay. So go ahead, Director Popoff.
I'm with nominations.
Oh, my apologies. Okay. Go ahead with your question, Director Davidoff. Oh, sorry, Cunningham and then Davidoff.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Through the chair to our CEO. The last time we had some, couple of clauses, I think it's sort of, is that the intention to do again, so that there'll be a multi-year type of thing?
Through the chair, that's already included in the bylaw. So
Yeah.
this isn't about rewriting the bylaw or preparing a new one. It's about how does it look now and what do you want to see changed? And that includes everything from, the actual dollar amounts to process such as that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the elucidation.
Director Davidoff with your question.
No question, just a nomination, Chair.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. Newell had the question. I'm sorry.
Would that include, in your opinion, Stuart, Pro D component that we included for directors X number of years ago?
The rural allowance.
Yes, through the chair.
No, the Pro D is separate from the rural allowance. Then we had
No,
like
through the
a
chair.
carry forward of
Yeah, through the chair, that's the
2000,
that's the
then we
rule allowance.
That is called the rural allowance.
Yeah, through the chair, that's the rule allowance. And currently, I would suggest that definitely form part of the scope because that
Okay,
is not encompassed in any bylaw, it's only done by resolution on an annual basis.
Okay, fair enough, thanks.
Okay. Graham, for a question, go ahead.
Thank you. So you, Jared, I think people are more experienced than me here, so I would just, my question would be like, how many meetings would we anticipate this would undertake? Just a guess.
Through the chair, 4 to 6, depending on, I'd say it depends on that first meeting. Because I think you'd like to get into that first meeting and say, okay, what are the clauses, sections, issues that we've got? If everybody agrees, you know what, things look pretty good, but there's only 2 things we want to talk about, probably fewer meetings. If you look at it and you say, geez, we really need to blow this thing up, you're probably looking at least half a dozen. Yeah.
And DeBoon, I'm sorry, you had a question as well.
No nomination.
Okay. All right, so we're about to move to nominations. Any other questions? Okay, so can you put McFadden and Main on for nominations? And I see Christine came in, I believe I think we're gonna have an election. Yes.
If I could, through the chair, from a nomination perspective, just to make it easier for staff, if we could start with the rural directors. If you've got a
Okay.
nomination for a rural director, and then we can do an election if needed, and then we can move on to the 2 municipal directors. That would just make it easier.
Okay. I'm going to assume the rural directors that said nominations are for rural. If not, then just say pass. Or I'll come to you for municipal. Your rural?
Yeah.
Okay, let's start with Popoff.
Yeah, municipal.
Okay. Weatherhead?
Rural,
Yes, go ahead.
direct and paragraph.
Yes, and I have an email from her confirming her wish to run, so Panagraph is on the list. David Ock?
Nominate Director Weatherhead, not Weatherhead, Graham, sorry. Weatherhead on the brain, yeah, sorry, Trees.
That's okay. Director Graham, do you accept?
I will.
Okay, so Graham is on the list. DeBoon, was it municipal or rural?
Municipal.
Okay. McFadden, go ahead, you said it was rural.
Director Vandenberg.
Vandenberg, do you accept?
I do.
Okay, Vandenberg's on the list. Maine, was it rural or municipal? Okay, any others for rural? I'm looking online quickly. Okay, are we gonna, yeah,
Am I allowed to nominate more than one?
for rural?
Director Popoff, did someone nominate Director Popoff?
No, I declined the nomination. Thank you for nominating me.
Okay, so we're good on rural. We generally do little speeches. Can we not do 2 minutes, but just like a 30-second type thing, just to keep us moving along? Is that okay? Okay, so who's first on the list? Director Hanegraaff is not here.
Yeah, through the chair, we normally go alphabetically, so it'll be Director Graham.
Okay, Director Graham, your spiel.
So thank you for the nomination, and I think this would be a good fit for me because I run business and and in this case, I won't be standing for re-election, so I don't have a conflict of interest to give myself a future raise. And so that's why I think this would be a good fit and an interesting experience.
Okay, thank you.
And Director Vandenberg.
Okay, just before Vandenberg, Hanegraaff sent me an email and I'll reference what she indicated. She agreed to the nomination. Her past experience as part of collective bargaining and unions was kind of the experience she was bringing to the table. So I just wanted to share that with you. Vandenberg, over to you.
Well, thank you for the nomination, and certainly the 2 candidates that have been put forward are very well qualified. There's no doubt about that. My interest has always been since the beginning, was to follow along through the bylaw, and my comparisons to previous responsibilities allowed me to question the value of that which was in the bylaw. And so as a member on the committee, I would objectively participate in those conversations. So, but you have a couple of pretty good people already there, so I will acknowledge that.
Thank you. All right, who is passing around the? Okay, I found like it's not available to.
Yeah, wait, oh, just the sport.
Okay. So as they're handing those out, just reminder the names, and for those online, please, if you're online, email it to Angela and Stewart, and the 3 names, and you're to pick 2 are Graham, Hanegraaff, and Vandenberg. Oh, you don't have to choose 2, but you can only choose up to 2. That's why we're having an election. And then we'll do the municipal directors.
Can we nominate them while we're just going around?
No.
So we choose 2.
You can go up to 2, just don't go more than 2. Sorry, Arnie, we just don't want to start motions while we're doing this. Thank you.
We'll be faster though.
I waited those.
David off London, Casely, are you good on the directions? Do you need me to put anything in chat? Okay, great. Yeah, right. I was spelling anything wrong, but it's like 4 months of the term. Yeah, but her first name was spelled or something then. I was using instead of quite right.
Was it sealed with an organic pie? Tongue oil. Yeah, several coats of tongue oil.
That's my thought, I didn't say it.
I know. I do. Do you write that down?
I am, I've only got one, so. One email.
So David off, Casely and Len, if you can send your emails in, we've got one, so. You still waiting for one? I don't know that Director Len is there. Let me just check. Director Len, are you present? I think she had to step away for a minute. So just go ahead. You only have to see one vote so far. Do you have the other one?
No.
Who are you missing? Casely, can you please email in your vote? There we go. Oh, we got it. Thank you.
Sorry, did you get it?
Yeah, we did. I'm sorry. Took a
Okay.
bit to get over the mountain.
So-
Thank you. There's traffic, you know.
Gotta go around the world.
Yeah, that's right.
As for the ocean.
Had to be checked by AI for, that's good.
Yeah.
So. That the guy,
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was like, I actually, when I first thought that I was gonna give you a supplemental and then I time.
Oh, no, I follow email later, I'm just curious.
His thing is, yeah.
So do you have a list of who's your one? Like who you're.
So while we're waiting, I'm just gonna go over the list of people that are gonna nominate municipal to make sure I've got the right names. So Popoff, you're municipal. Weatherhead was rural. Okay, so I'm gonna take you off. Newell. Let me just read through it. David off, you were municipal or rural? I'm sorry, I'm forgetting. You were rural.
I was rural, Chair.
Okay, thank you. DeBoom was municipal. McFadden was, you were rural. Maine is municipal. And Newell for municipal. And Lockwood for municipal. Okay. Anyone else for the municipal that I missed? Okay. Thank you for asking. It was good use of our time right now while we wait. Keep chatting.
I can show baby pictures.
I'll show baby. Diana's a grandma.
Congratulations.
With the first girl. That's exciting. 5 boys and a girl. Come on.
Amy, you might want to tell them who were the directors last time.
The directors last time were Hewitt, remind me, Newell, Popoff, and who else? Was it, I feel like it's a director who's not with us anymore.
Yeah, it was pretty.
Oh, yes.
First stuff.
Oh, yeah, okay, so Castlegar, so Duck.
I only know that Walter told me.
Oh, okay, yeah. Thank you, that was a good question. And that was the first time we had considered childcare, kind of what stimulated the whole review of everything. One of the things. I'll get a cannabis. All right.
So through the chair, the first thing I'll say is it's a good thing that spelling wasn't election. Especially when there's name tags all around the table. The rule appointees are Director Graham and Director Hanegraaff.
Okay. So I'll put those in the first section of the motion, and now we are gonna take nominations. Pop off.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Director McFadden.
Do you accept Director McFadden?
Yes.
Okay. DeBoon.
I'd like to nominate Director Hewitt.
Director Hewitt, do you accept? Thank you. Director Main.
Pass.
Okay. Director Newell.
Pass.
All right, Director Lockwood.
Pass.
All right. Do we not have a second election?
No.
All right. So then for the municipal directors, you would have McFadden and Hewitt. Your remuneration committee will then be Director Graham, Director Hanegraaff, Director McFadden, and Director Hewitt. And I will take a motion to that effect.
So
Just write these in. So moved and seconded. Any questions? All right, all those in favor? Good work, everybody.
A clarifying question.
Questions are over. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead, yeah.
These committee members get per diem or?
Not included in the motion, so where does that land?
Not included.
It's not in the motion.
So I'd like to move. Director Popoff often helps me with that, the wording of that motion.
You can simply move that the directors appointed to the remuneration committee receive stipend and expenses for the committee.
Thank you. Moved.
Is there a second? Discussion? Anybody who does not want to receive that claim can indicate that at the time, should you wish. All those in favor? Opposed?
Through the chair, which, service, general
Yeah. And sorry, I'm gonna ask opposed again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that motion passes. Okay, second motion, you brought that, Matanko? Remuneration for the remuneration. Okay, correspondence from Whitewater Mountain Resorts. That is just for information at this time. Director Graham.
Thank you. So through the chair, I did ask Stuart if a motion was needed on this, so maybe Stuart could just speak to this.
Sure.
Sure. Through the chair, the grant opportunity that they're currently looking at is through the Reddit grant program. However, there's questions eligibility. So they're still working through that. If they do find out that they qualify, there is enough time to put a motion forward to support that application in October. The deadline for Reddit is at the end of October. So that's the one they're focusing on right now, but they wanted to get this in front of you. So you saw what they were working on, should an ask come forward to support a grant application.
And just to let you know, as directors, you are welcome to write letters of support in the meantime, should you wish. Director Lockwood, go ahead.
thank you, through the chair, and I'm not sure that staff can answer this, but how do we write a letter of support or even do any of this when the people that are asking for it don't own the infrastructure? Because there's a whole thing out in Area G that would like that to happen, and they wouldn't own the infrastructure, and so they would not own the road. How do we do that?
Through the chair, my guess is that that's probably part of the eligibility discussions they're having with Reddit. And if that meets the criteria, we would have to apply on their behalf. It would be very similar to the work they did to build Hummingbird Lodge.
In terms of the letter of support, you can articulate, it would be supporting, it's essentially supporting the Ministry of Transportation to pay at a certain point. So you can acknowledge the entity requesting it, and then the owner who owns the asset. You can just acknowledge both in your letter. And if you need more information, you can reach out to Mike in terms of our letter of support policy. He might be able to help you. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bylaws, community sustainability. This is for adoption. Weatherhead.
That the community sustainability living service establishment amendment bylaw number 3022/2025 be adopted and the chair of corporate officer be authorized to sign this.
Do we have a second? Thank you, McLaren Co. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 5.2, Area A.
I move the electoral area A comprehensive land use amendment bylaw 3021/2025, bylaw amendment comprehensive land use bylaw 2015 beginning third reading.
Second. Thank you, DeBoon. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And do we have a second? Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Areas B and C fire protection. This is for adoption. Either
I'll
one.
vote, that portions of electoral area B and C, fire protection, local service area establishment by amendment bylaw 3030 be adopted in the chair and the corporate officer be authorized to sign the same.
Do we have a second? Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Rec and Parks Advisory Committee, Director Popoff. I know this is the committee for all, but you're the first in it, so go ahead.
Yes, I'll move the recommendation that the Recreation Park Committee Advisory Committee bylaw number 3039/2025 be read a first and second and third time in content.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion? Yes, Jackman.
There's no question. I like the way the bylaw is written. There can be other services added with the creation of other advisories. So because it seems to be buried in a work plan going back to the point where Mika Winji drafted the first part of this change for area A, I would just like staff to come back to me and tell me where the area A advisory or committee or whatever it's going to be called today is on the work plan, because it seems to have disappeared even though never enrolled.
Offline, or Joe's right there. Do you want to answer that question?
I know. I saw him sneak in.
If I had not leaned forward, I would have kept going.
Through the chair, yes, and I think Director Jackman, we can talk about with some of the changes with, you know, even the service that you're gonna be providing through Rec 9 and how we can do that.
Good. All right, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And for adoption, do you want to do that one as well, Papa?
Yes, I'll move adoption of the same bylaw.
Second? Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Slocan Valley South Regional Rec Commission.
I will do the same there, that the Slocan Valley South Regional Recreation Commission repeal bylaw number 3056/2025 be read a first, second, and third time by content.
We have a second. Thank you, Maine. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
And I'll move the second recommendation, that the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the same.
Thank you. Second. Thank you, Maine. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Can you just send a note to Jess to make sure we know when she's back? And just so you know, Jess is online, but she's not there right now. Slocan Valley Fire Protection.
And I will move the recommendation that the Slocan Valley Fire Protection Local Service Area Establishment Amendment Bylaw number 3055/2025 be adopted and the chair and corporate officer be authorized to sign the same.
Do we have a second? Thank you, Hewitt. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Village of Selmo and Area G Swimming Pool.
That the Village of Salmo and Electoral Area G Swimming Pool Financial Aid Local Service Area Amendment Bylaw number 3057/2025 be read first, second, and third time by content.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Cunningham? Thank you. Discussion? All those,
Can I-
oh, yeah,
Can I just get for just a little bit, because there's some people that have had a little bit of content around it. It will be the same as the other one, just so it's on a recording that I can direct people to.
Yeah, so through the chair, so the bylaw, of course, is to increase the maximum requisition. But in particular, what has changed in Salmo and area recreational services is the fact that a number of years ago now, I think it was around 2017, 2018, the pool there used to be run by a volunteer organization. And the pool got to the point of where they were no longer able to manage it and manage it with their resources. So they, despite their good work over the years, the pool was also turned over to us in pretty poor condition. So it right now it's requiring a lot of upgrades, which we did a tremendous amount of mechanical work in 2022 and 2023. But the service really needs to change. We need to start doing actually, well, asset management is across the whole regional district. We don't have reserves or anything like that set up in this service, so we need to change the service. In particular now, we can also bring those two services together eventually. So right now, the immediate concern is the requisition limit. But the ultimate goal is to bring those two services together as one service. And in particular, there's some unique things in those bylaws that would have been an easy process because the taxpayers are the same, but the way the bylaw attributes where the taxation, what area the taxation pays is different. So that will require more work to do that. So this is step one of a process. Step two will be the amalgamating of those bylaws, and I believe in my discussion with both directors, they're in favor of moving in that direction. So that'll be step two.
Thank you for that. I will direct you to, what time is it? Okay, 9:07.
9:57. Do we have oh, that was already on the floor. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the next one?
The Village of San Juan Courier Recreation Amendment Bylaw 3058, 2025 be read first, second, and third time by content.
Thank you. Can you second that one, Director Cunningham? Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right, bylaw 3060, permissive tax exemption. Go ahead, Director Weatherhead.
The permissive tax exemption bylaw 3060/2025 be read for the first and second time by content.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Discussion, Vandenberg and then McFadden.
Yes, thank you. So my question is, in terms of the eligibility, I noticed that Crestova Improvement District is on there as well. And so that makes me think about Wendell Irrigation District. But in my research, I don't believe that they have to pay taxes. So I'd like some clarity around, does in fact Crestova, would they be paying taxes if they didn't get exempt? And do we know if the Irrigation District, for example, pays taxes and ought they be exempt? Is my question for clarity.
Who's answering that one?
Great, Tom's here.
Oh, Tom, yeah, go ahead, thanks.
Respectfully through the chair, if you have a look at the reporting and the policies around this, there are exemptions and then there are exemptions. This is just one of the exemptions that local government offers. The permissive tax exemption is largely geared towards recreation. There are some examples of exemption for religious matters, public infrastructure, and one more category there, I can't remember. And there are also provincial exemptions, and I think that's what you're referring to, is that some public organizations have the opportunity, particularly utilities, right, have the opportunity to get exemption. In this case, I talked to the people at the Crestova Improvement District, and they were not receiving an exemption on that property. They are now seeking an exemption through the regional district. As far as Wendell Irrigation District goes, it would be interesting to talk to them. In my mind, the permissive tax exemption process should be steered actually towards these things. These are public services where people are paying for public services in those spaces. And if they are being taxed on various components of those services, it makes more sense to actually enable them to reinvest that money in infrastructure as opposed to paying for the administration of tax exemptions effectively.
So can I just clarify one thing? Knowing if they pay taxes, you will have to ask them that. We don't automatically know that, and they have to apply. So in my area, I've seen a few where I'm like, oh, I don't see them on the list. When I reach out to them, they've fallen in one of the other categories. But we don't, staff don't actually know who doesn't. And so that would be an inquiry with them. Supplemental?
And that you just answered.
Okay, great. McFadden? Yes, you were next. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you guys might have answered my question, but I'll ask them quickly just to make sure I got the answer. Is there an application process for who ends up on this list is the first question.
Respectfully through the chair, there is, we actually placed two notices in the paper, so we inform the entire community in the rural areas that there is opportunity and provide the conditions. Point them in the right direction through our website. We can also send them information. I then send out letters to each of the applicants who have applied in the previous year. And often reach out by phone as well to remind them, because a lot of them are small volunteer organizations that may or may not be well organized at the time. Or their boards have changed or board processes have happened. And then ultimately we get the applications by, I believe, August 1st might be the cutoff. And usually I'm chasing one or two more of them around at that point. But then usually by the time I have this bylaw ready for second reading, everybody that wants to be on that list is then on that list.
Supplemental?
Yeah, thank you for that. I was just making sure we did have following, and I'm assuming you're looking at if they're in good standing, chart status and all that kind of stuff as well. They're having to do that. My last comment, I guess, would be is, I don't know if you should be chasing them down. If someone wants to get free money from us, then they should be accountable for that free money up until a certain date. So anyways, that's just my thoughts.
If I could,
Yeah.
through the chair, the reason Tom does that is because when he doesn't, and this ends up on the agenda, then you all get calls saying, why am I not on that permissive tax exemption bylaw? And then we have to pull it from the agenda or amend it, and it causes it's way better for him to be proactive than reactive.
And I have had, when the society changes, that's part of the succession thing in a volunteer. Those are the ones I see are the ones that were the volunteers changed and they didn't know they had to do this. I'll go ahead, McFadden.
Yeah, I would say follow up. I actually think that that's on us, that we shouldn't be pulling it. I think we need to have accountability for it. We moved to that to the city a few years ago, and it actually has taken up a lot less of staff time, and groups have fallen in line. They know once they miss once, and they know that once we've done it, they don't have a choice, that we need to hold them accountable. I think that's good for them, as long as, again, we've done our due diligence of passing along that information, which it sounds like we're doing. So, yeah, anyway, just thoughts.
Thank you. Newell.
Could I ask staff, through the chair, I think I asked this last year, would the Tagum Hall Society qualify?
Yes. Respectfully through the chair. I believe we've investigated this in the past, and I think they are exempt by the province.
Yeah, it could be that. I'll check, Tom. Thank you.
Yeah, I believe there may be exemption in these spaces, BC assessment may be involved in those exemptions, because we don't have a lot of small community halls on the list, and despite the fact that they have been voted.
Thanks.
Thank you. No, my 3 community halls, I ask them every year and they're always like, no, it's automatic. And I forget, so that's why I asked them. Pop off, you were next.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I did a little bit of research on this, and I went to the Local Government Act, and I think Tom probably covered that. Local Government Act exempts them from taxation. And my understanding was it's from local taxation by the local government and by the provincial government. And then I was advised that they had conversations with you and that you insisted that they be on our exemption list or provide, and from what I understand, they have never paid any taxes before.
Who's they?
The Cristobal Improvement District, I checked their financials, I checked financials of all improvement irrigation districts in my area. And I could not see on their expenses of paying taxation to the regional district. I think this was the first year or the second year that they were asked to pay taxation to the regional district. So I'd like to maybe take this offline with you, Tom, and discuss the Local Government Act, whether we have to have that exemption based on Director Vanderberg's question, because there are more improvement districts and irrigation districts in all areas of the regional district. And if one is exempt, then all of them should be exempt.
David,
And I'll take it off the line with Tom.
David,
Yeah, I've got a question and maybe through the chair, we could get staff to send all the directors an email on this. My questions again, community hall societies, are they automatically exempt? That's a question. And the other one, if a watershed preservation society owns property, would the watershed preservation society be exempt? So
can I just clarify one thing? Because we've mentioned community halls a few times.
Yeah.
Automatically exempt is through the province. If they don't apply, it's not through us. And we do not know if they are until you ask them. So I would ask them as a director, and if they're not exempt automatically by the province, they can apply. And then your second question regarding are they eligible would be a part of the policy that outlines those details, correct? Tom's nodding yes. Sorry, Tom,
Yes,
anything else?
sorry, respectfully to the chair, yes, that is correct. We have, our scope for exemption is relatively narrow. Right, the province has, there's agricultural exemptions, there's all sorts of exemptions that the province has the ability to apply. But again, our exemption, the permissive tax exemption bylaw is a very specific part of the law.
So I think
Yeah.
you need to ask your halls if they've been paying taxes. If they have, they could apply, or ask the province why, because most of them have been exempt, but that's through the province.
okay, so I know of a watershed preservation society that does pay taxes, and the bottom line is that I just checking within our own policy, is that something that we would consider? Through the,
Okay, sure, no. If that would not be one of the categories under the current permissive tax exemption bylaw. Watershed preservation isn't really a fit. Again, these are things like recreation and that sort of thing. Ecological, we have the ability to do that, but it would involve, I believe, the adoption of a different bylaw or amendments to the current bylaw to change the scope of where the board can apply those exemptions. It's like the board, by bylaw, the board could issue heritage exemptions or any number of different exemptions. But again, it requires a bylaw to allow the board.
Would you not just update the permissive tax to include it within them, or are you suggesting a separate bylaw? I just want to clarify for David off.
Potentially, I would have to review
Okay.
the Local Government Act to determine the best way through.
Okay,
yeah,
sorry.
yeah, so Chair, yeah, just the comment, if I may, to close.
Yes,
Yeah, so just the comment to me was, why do golf courses get exemptions and a watershed preservation society does not? That was the question that came to me. Thank you, Chair.
do you want to answer that, Tom?
Respectfully through the chair, not all golf courses get exemptions, right? So if you have a golf course run by a community society that is providing a recreational opportunity within the community, right? So these are not private clubs, these are not for-profit clubs, they're providing a recreational opportunity within the community. They can apply for exemption, and if they're in good standing, you can prove that through their AGM and their most recent financial statements. Then the board can, by bylaw, the board can consider offering that exemption to them. For example, Kootenay Springs is a good example of a golf course that could not apply for exemption because it is a private course and a for-profit organization.
Thank you. Paige,
Just, obviously, we go through this at the city now, so two thoughts, because I hear a lot of conversation potentially about maybe looking at policy in the future around eligibility, is if there's notes for when this policy comes up next time, having multi-year agreements, like going around and asking people to fill an application for $241 for the benefit every single year. But City of Nelson does 4-year cycles currently. We contemplate, set it in place. There are other elements where we go a little bit longer for very historic things. But it could be a place where we can produce staff time.
Yeah, RDs can't do that.
Respectively, the chair of the Local Government Act doesn't allow regional districts to do that. In order to offer up your agreement to an group, we would have to go to a Senate vote.
Good thought. Let the province know when we update the
Yeah,
LGs.
it's different, it's the difference between community charter.
Yeah.
We're doing legislative review.
Yes, that's my catch is,
Yeah.
that's a good one.
There.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor that is specific to this year's exemptions, not necessarily the policy. We did review the policy last year. I believe it was last year we went through it all, Stuart.
2 or 3 years ago, I think.
Oh, God, there goes my memory. Okay, anything else on the bylaw that we're doing third reading on right now? First and second. Well, you're all paying attention, good catch. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Thank you very much, Tom. Yes?
Just to add to Tom's bit too, this will come back in October and the deadline is October 31st, so we can't be changing it at that point.
All right, so we are gonna take, sorry, Dan, I did see you come in the room. We're gonna take our morning break right now because the next items we're going to do sections. So let's take our break and then we'll move into development services. Thank you, thank you. What are we doing with that? We would have 5 minutes later.
Just how it was, and I have to check the board.
I see you're back. You want to check your sound?
Yeah, we can hear you really well, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Director David.
Hear you good.
Thank you, Casely. And I saw a thumbs up from Director Lund. Thank you so much. All right, we are on item 6.1.1. This is the Emergency and Disaster Management Act Indigenous Engagement Regional Project. We had a really good report. We have a motion. Do we want to start with questions? Dan is in the room. Was this Dan's report? Yeah, sorry, just always checking. Go ahead. Sorry, Director or Dan, was there anything you wanted to speak to? No. Okay, go ahead, Jackman.
Okay, thank you to the chair, and I like this in a couple, so I'll only say it once. We get reports that say all of the costs are covered by a grant. Since this one, the next one, I've seen it so many times, and they never are. So when we have that financial 4.1 or 4 point whatever, we must start capturing. It is an estimated 0.05 FTE or estimated 0.1 FTE over 2 or 3 years. We need to start capturing that. We can't be telling the public in these public meetings that it's a something covered by grants or fully covered. Partially covered, put that explicitly when you put it in there and then start recognizing as far as it is reasonable, our internal costs. At some point, I like to think that we will have an effective timesheet and workload tracking system that includes, if you added up the work plan, it comes up to however many employees we have. We achieved that in the federal government decades ago with primitive computing systems. So that's a long-term goal of mine, but I don't like to keep telling the public this is fully covered by grant endeavors.
Thank you. Dan, do you want to, I think it's important to note when the project is 100% recoverable by a grant, but there's administrative staff oversight. Can you just speak to where you might be able to do that in grants moving forward? Or reports moving forward, sorry?
Sure, we'll be able to do that in grants moving forward. I understand. And I'll to be more transparent. Just to add to that, thank you through the chair, is that particularly for this one, it is part of our work plan because it's legislated by the government. So it's something that we are already accounted for as part of an emergency program coordinator. So when we came in, it was in 2023, the end of 2023, and we had asked for RDCK, this is the kind of work that we were seeing
as part of EDMA and the new legislation, so it is part of the work plan and for that we should be trying our best to put dollar value or at least making a statement that there is staff time that does go into this and that it's not all paid for by a provincial contribution.
Thank you. Director Davidoff, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And just following along what Director Jackman asked, for years, we have talked about tracking. And I know Director Jackman, like he said, primitive systems of tracking decades ago. And I know I worked in a system where we tracked 40 years ago. So the key thing is that when we got Aggresso, when we got our new programs, we asked, okay, can we track time? And basically what people are working on, what projects. So if you're working on a project, I mean, how much time did you spend on that? And that would give us the actual time that we're spending that is not covered by the grant. So that when we accumulate that data, we then know when we come to the board asking for approval to do something, that the grant's providing X amount of dollars, and then we anticipate, based on our past experience or whatever it is, that there's an additional amount of time allocated for this that is covered by our current budget or is going to require an amendment to our current financial plan. So I really thank you, Director Jackman, for asking that. This has been a thorn in my side for a very long time. And tracking time is critical to understanding what our staff are doing and what they're working on. So we need to revisit that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Director Lockwood, and we don't have a motion on the floor, and I think we're clear on when we say things that are 100% grant funded and we need to acknowledge staff time. So Director Lockwood.
Thank you. I will, after I'm done with the motion on the floor, but I do want to say that this gives us an opportunity also as we continue to see more downloading from the provincial government is to make sure that when we do see a download like this, and I know that the villages now we're starting to do this because it's really starting to affect our everyday operations, where a little town of 1,100 is having to hire another person to do provincial work, and then we turn around and say that the grants are 100% funded, but they're not. So if we can make sure that when we're doing it, that we're actually putting down in that it's mandated from the government, from whoever, to make sure that we do this. And yeah, we'll give you money, but we're mandating you to do this. And so if that can just be part of it, I appreciate it. And I will move the motion.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you. Dan, any response? I keep bringing it back to you. You're good. When we get to UBCM, we are discussing those issues. So noted in terms of advocacy. Further discussion on the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Dan. And is Nora? Oh, hi, Nora. Good to see you. So the next one is the risk tolerance policy. Nora, is there anything you wanted to add in addition to your report at this time, or just take questions and or motion?
Through the chair, there's nothing to add at this time.
Okay, great report. Discussion, motion, Vandenberg, Cunningham. Go ahead, Vandenberg.
Great, thank you. And thank you for the detail in the report, Nora. I really appreciate it. I understand the importance of, excuse me, the risk policy. My question would be around, forgive me, I guess I should have kept some more water. The work that you're doing now to establish the degree of risk in which we need to identify to be able to communicate to other groups and external and that sort of thing. The policy will form itself. Do you see in the future constant monitoring of the policy because things change? And if so, will we then be blessed with another report, an update to let us know how things have changed before amending or modernizing the future policy? Does that make sense, that question?
Yeah, through the chair, I believe it does. The policy will be informed around the current data that we have. So the data that we gathered, for example, through the NDMP reports. There may be an option future facing to revise the policy based on, for example, climate adapted data, or to revise the policy for hazards that are non-geohazards. But this policy, should it move forward, will give us a place in time where we have something to refer to when we're trying to work with geoscientists in determining how we build around or develop land around these geohazards.
Stuart had something to add to that, and then I'll see if you have supplemental.
Through the chair, I think a good reference point for review of the policy might be an event that occurs. So if you had something occur in one of our identified hazard zones that could change that risk level, then definitely staff would be looking at that. And because it's a board policy, any changes to it would have to come to the board for consideration.
And that's what I was after, is any changes to it based on like world changes, comes back to the board. That's.
Thank you, Cunningham. And feel free to move a motion if you're good with it.
Move the motion.
Oh, move the motion second. Thank you. It's on the floor. Did you have discussion as well? Nope. Just move. Okay, thanks. I will ask a question and follow up to Director Vandenberg. I didn't have anyone else on the list right now. In regards to updating the policy, will the hazard risk vulnerability assessment work, the HRVA, then inform possibly an update to the policy? Dan or Nora?
Through the chair, could.
Nora, go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
She unmuted.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Nora.
Through the chair, the policy may inform HRVA work or vice versa, but it would be again up to we would need to determine at that time if we would want to review the outputs of the policy or move forward with it as it is. So whether there is expanded scope in that policy to inform the HRVA work, or whether it is moving forward as is.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Dan? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. So 6.1.3, we do have a presentation. BGC this is within our agenda because they are doing, it's kind of considered internal work. They are the contractors doing it. Alyssa, I just want to check your sound for a minute. I believe that is your name. Did I say that right, Alyssa? Alyssa, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, great. We're just going to hand it over to Stephanie for a moment to introduce you, and then we'll hand it to you for your presentation. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Thank you, Chair Watson. To launch the RDCK and Village of Selma Floodplain Bylaw Review Project with the RDCK board, we have our consulting team, BGC Engineering, here today to present an overview of the project and then, of course, to take questions. So I'll turn it back over to Chair Watson to ask Alyssa Scordo, the project manager, to start the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And are you going to share on your screen, Alyssa, or do we have it on our end?
I'll share it on my end.
Okay, great. Go ahead. And do you have anyone else on your team that could be speaking, or is it just you today?
Yes, we have Tamsin Mills from PINA Sustainability and Chris Holmes from BGC.
And it's Tamsin and Chris. Hi, good to see you. You guys want to check your sound?
Yep, thank you. Thanks for being here.
Fantastic. You can hear me as well?
Yep, good to go. All right, over to you guys. Thank you very much.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Alyssa Scordo. I'm a hydrologist with BGC Engineering, and I'm calling in from downtown Nelson this morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present an update on the work that we have just started to look at updating the floodplain bylaw with collaboration with RDCK and the Village of Salmo.
Oh, sorry, 1 second. Was your CAO joining? Village of Salmo?
Through the chair, the Salmo CEO was invited to attend the meeting. Unfortunately, he's not able to attend here.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I knew who they were if they had questions, but they're not. Okay, sorry about that, Alyssa. Go ahead.
Are you still seeing my screen okay?
We're not seeing your screen at all, sorry.
There we go. Okay.
There you go.
Great. Okay, so the intent of this project is to review flood and steep creek hazard policy and regulations across the district and provide recommendations for policy updates. I'm joined today by my colleagues, Tamsin Mills, who's a planning expert with PINA Sustainability, and Chris Holm, who's a principal geoscientist with BGC. Both of them are joining us from Vancouver today. Tamsin has extensive experience supporting policy-related work across BC, and Chris has been leading steep creek and flood hazard projects in the RDCK since the late 2010s. Given Chris's regional experience, I'd like to kind of first turn it over to Chris to provide some context for this work.
Well, thank you, Alyssa, and through the chair, it's great to have this chance to provide an early update to the board, to the directors on this project, which is the latest in a series of efforts that BGC in collaboration with the RDCK have been involved with over the course of almost the last 10 years. With the district, one of the key drivers of this work predates BGC's involvement, and I would want to acknowledge the 2012 Johnson's Landing landslide, which was a fatal landslide that prompted recommendations to get a better handle on hazards and risks across the district, and a series of actions that led the RDCK with BGC to undertake a district-wide flood and steep creek risk prioritization study between 2017 and 2019, which was followed by detailed hazard mapping of 16 different areas, 10 alluvial fans, and 6 different floodplains in about 2019 to 2020, and further work at Eagle Creek, Duhamel Creek, and the village of Salmo through 2023 on mitigation design and mitigation planning. That work continues. There's an ongoing effort, funding application in currently for Duhamel Creek to replace the bifurcation structure. So that's on the hazard and risk side, and on the engineering side. The other key piece of this work, of course, is policy, and bringing the hazard and risk information that's been built over the last decade or so into the decision-making processes within the RDCK. That is the subject of this work. I'm going to pass to Tamsin to speak to the particulars of the floodplain management bylaw and the work that BGC with PINA is currently doing to review and provide recommendations for updates. Tamsin?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. So the recent BC flood strategy really emphasizes an integrated flood management approach. So combining protective measures, but really focusing on those non-structural land use-based tools and approaches to flood management. And that's what a floodplain management bylaw does. It's one of those tools, and with the associated hazard maps, it can really inform a range of land use decisions, from high-level hazard policy and land use designations and official community plans to siting, flood construction levels, setbacks and zoning regulations, to informing building permits and subdivision applications and approvals. So the floodplain management bylaw is a really important tool for the Clearwater, riverine hazards, and steep creek hazard management in the region. Pass it back to Alyssa.
So thanks, Tamsin. So the floodplain bylaw was adopted in 2009 and last amended in 2019. And this initiative is intended to help modernize RDCK's community and land use policies, as Tamsin sort of introduced, related to geohazards, which have not been evaluated against recent hazard mapping and risk assessments that have been completed since 2019, some of which Chris gave us a brief introduction to. Our team is currently conducting a detailed review of municipal bylaws across the district. as well as trying to understand sort of broader geographical context for hazard and risk policies across BC, Western Canada, and internationally, and trying to understand best practices related to engineering standards and applicable climate change assessment tools. We're also planning a stakeholder engagement with First Nations, RDCK staff, and qualified professionals to provide input on our review process. And key deliverables from the project include compiling all of the flood and steep creek hazard mapping that's available as a spatial data layer, and provide draft bylaw language and recommendations for RDCK and Salmo to support an update to the floodplain management bylaw. The project is scheduled for completion for June 2026. We expect to deliver the first deliverable for the project next month, which was a comparative analysis and best practice review with map development and draft policy language planned for early and mid next year. Just a thank you for the opportunity to introduce the project. We would welcome any feedback and questions to help guide the future engagement and policy development work as we work to get started on this really important work. And we look forward to working together to strengthen floodplain management across RDCK and Salmo. Thank you.
Thank you. So we don't have a motion on this one. This is for information. I'm going to start with, I've got Jackman, Lockwood, Davidoff, Graham. I'm on the list as well, but I'll go to the end. So go ahead, Jackman.
Yeah, thank you. So I appreciate the comments that, 2009, we say this is something we gotta pay attention to. A decade later, we some updates, and now we're gonna be close to another decade before we see much more. And so timeliness and updating maps for databases is a big concern for me. I spoke to this very briefly at rural yesterday. Did we see these reports? And locally, people know what's going on, and anyone coming in from wherever to buy a property may not have any appreciation. So I also like what I see in the report, the outputs, draft floodplain bylaws, mapping is mentioned, the schedule, policy, and sort of a legal review of the whole thing. So again, mapping comes up. I guess what I'd like to see, and we can't go into any real detail here, is I'd like to hear more from output of the legal opinion of the timeliness of when we know something, how quickly should it be mapped? When the province changes land ownership, it's mapped right away, right? They right away. It takes months, but that's something they just do. They don't say we're gonna wait 5 years and tell you who all the new property owners are. They have a routine. We're gonna take this information, the public are gonna be able to see it within so many months, this property transfer. When a covenant is registered, they don't say we're gonna wait 5 years and let people know when it happens. I think our policy and our legal should be backed up by legalists. How quickly should we share outward-facing documents with the public when we start to identify risks or changes? First, that's mapped is one thing. And then, as I've seen in some of these cases, the map is extended or changed or shifted. How quickly what responsibility should we have to share that information quickly to the public? And in the long run, you probably think that people who realize they're in jeopardy might be more inclined to sell to someone who has no idea about our geographic conditions and move away. So I see this as a priority.
Is that something BGC or staff would like to answer?
I'd be happy if I had the answer through the next 6 months.
Okay.
After legal review, really.
Okay, and by all means, BGC, if you have any feedback, you're welcome to speak to it now, or we're good.
I do have a comment.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Which is not a legal comment. I want to make clear that this team is not providing legal review, although we certainly suggested that happen. As a comment based on BGC's experience working with many local governments and jurisdictions over the last 20 years in this topic, this is a question around information sharing that comes up again and again. I will say that over this time, the trend has absolutely been towards greater transparency and greater sharing. And that has been beneficial for all concerned as a message.
Thank you, Chris. Lockwood.
Thank you, and thank you to the left, because I was headed towards the OCP, the community plan that we're entitled or supposed to do for the province, and how long they can, yes, we're supposed to do them every 5 years, but ours was like 30 years old before we ever redid it, and then we did it, now we're at 5 years again already, and having to do all of that again. And we've had lots of changes, and I'm just wondering, because when we speak of Salmo and we think of the Salmo River doesn't actually ever enter into the boundaries of Salmo, but Erie Creek does. So if we see, and this, I guess, goes down the legal route, if we see changes on the Salmo River that end up affecting Erie Creek because it pushes it back, how does that, between a municipality and an area, where does that fall and how does that get discussed in the documentation that you will be providing?
Whoever would like to take that one.
I don't know, Alyssa, if you have comments there, I can speak to the detailed floodplain mapping as a starting point.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
Okay. We are, in this particular current project, it is working on policy, but it's relying on a source of information around flood hazard. And the most detailed source of information around flood hazard was completed in 2020 using modern methods and with the consideration of climate change. It was the detailed flood hazard mapping for Erie Creek and Salmo River at Salmo. That would be the area where updates might be needed in future. It would be in the periodic updates to the detailed floodplain maps and the flood construction levels that a bylaw might be relying on. And that would be a subject for consideration by this board if the need arose to update because of, for example, a future major flood event or other reason why the rivers have changed and the information that's available today is no longer current.
I think what you were looking for was how do the bylaws intersect when they're two different jurisdictions? And so the floodplain bylaw for RDCK, which would cover G, is going to inform and include the notion of the effects downstream, so to speak. Is that correct, Stephanie? I'm just trying to make sure I got your question, Director Lockwood. Is that it?
Yes, part of it.
Through the chair to Director Lockwood as well, if there's any relevant changes to the comprehensive land use bylaw for electoral area G and or the Village of Salmo's official community plan, which I understand is just embarking on a review, that I would hope together we could work in a collaborative fashion so that there would be consistency in the policy in both of those planning documents moving forward based on the outcome of this particular project. So it'd be working together between our two jurisdictions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Director Davidoff.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, we've got 2 items on the agenda dealing with risk policy. I have a question to the engineering firm with respect to how much of your current work is being driven, your risk policy work for local governments and I'm sure other entities is being driven by universally accepted scientific evidence of climate change.
It's a very good question. So the short answer is yes, absolutely. And as qualified professionals, we have an obligation through the professional practice standards to consider climate change in the understanding of hazard and risk that forms the foundation of decisions through processes such as this pilot policy and bylaw update. As for the risk tolerance, that's an additional item. In most cases, the regulations here may trigger, for example, a proponent, say, of a development to retain a qualified professional to determine if a site is safe for the use intended. And there's 2 parts to that. There's the first part, which might be the estimation of the hazard and the risk. That's the place where climate change comes in. And it's the place where the qualified professional would be obligated to think about what climate change means for the hazards that they're considering. The second part is the safe part. Is it safe for the use intended? In past, the word safe and what safe mean has been poorly defined. It's not been consistently defined. And currently, most jurisdictions in British Columbia do not have a quantitative way to determine what safe means. That is the subject of the risk tolerance policy project. It's currently the case that most qualified professionals, in the absence of a local government adopting their own risk tolerance policy, reference other jurisdictions within British Columbia that do have risk tolerance policies in place already. And an example of that would be the District of North Vancouver or the District of Squamish. So climate change, yes, comes in the assessment piece, and then the risk tolerance policy, typically in reference to places that currently have that in place. Does that answer the question, or is there anything else?
I think it answers the question, and I appreciate the comprehensive response. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Davidoff. Dr. Graham.
Thank you through the chair and to the consultants. I think this is really good. I like this. It's really important. I just have a question regarding your stakeholder engagement. In the presentation, the stakeholder engagement is First Nations, RDCK staff, qualified professionals. In the table summary, the stakeholder engagement is RDCK board, First Nations stakeholders, and other staff sessions. I'm just wondering, stakeholders, is there going to be any public involvement in this?
Yeah, I could just try and take that question. Thank you for that. That was a very good question. We're just in the initial stages of putting together an engagement plan for this particular project. And so we welcome any suggestions on who would be important to engage as part of this work. We hadn't planned to solicit specific input from the general public, but wanted to engage qualified professionals that would be using this bylaw and being asked to apply some of the policy language.
I'm just going to clarify something with staff on the process around that. My understanding is that the consultants would be focused on the data end, and then if we're to update our bylaw, that then goes to the public, and that's when the public get involved. Is that when it would work? Not saying it has to be that way, but that's how I understood it. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Thank you. Through the chair, as part of this bylaw review project, BGC and Kootenay Sustainability are working on the engagement plan, as you know, and the approach in the request for proposals that was circulated in terms of community engagement was more of the inform. So we do have up on our RDCK engage page right now a project page for the floodplain bylaw review, and we will be keeping that page updated. After this meeting, we're going to be taking a snippet of the presentation and questions from our board meeting and uploading it to the project page, and any and all relevant information to the project will be uploading to the RDCK Engage project page. So just as a project manager from BGC, Alyssa mentioned, we're here to get feedback today on the engagement, which is part of the project, and any other questions that elected officials might have.
And if the bylaw is updated, would that not then trigger public hearing? Or is that only on official community plans or to be determined?
Through the chair, I think part of it is to be determined. We're here to take feedback and to listen from around the board table, different from an official community plan in terms of public hearings. So that's not a requirement for a floodplain bylaw, just as an example.
Director Graham, go ahead. Do you have a supplemental if I got it? Okay. I had a question through to staff or the consultants. We currently have non-standard flood erosion areas. Is this work reviewing, given that we've had NDMP LIDAR come in since those were put in place? I'm thinking specifically about Schroeder Creek as one. I have several others. I'm up at the north end of the lake. Are those being reviewed in this process, or is that data being updated so that if it's different, it's been updated through this process? Does that make sense?
I can take that one. So the answer is yes, that is that is true through the reliance on the more recent information. For example, and just quickly, NSFEA is non-standard flood and erosional areas. And these are areas where standard approaches such as flood construction levels might not be sufficient in order to achieve enough hazard reduction to allow for development. So they include alluvial fans. They can also include, they mostly include alluvial fans, but they can also include other areas such as areas that might have bank erosion. The 2017 to 2019 work already has pulled in NSFEA areas, most of them, and has updated that information to a modernized ways to characterize the hazard. So it was intended to replace NSFEAs, and so they will be there will be new language required in the floodplain management bylaw update to reference the newer information. Our expectation is that the NSFEA nomenclature will likely go away in this process.
Thank you, Chris. And I'm going to give myself a supplemental on that one. Kind of going back to Director Jackman and what he was asking regarding the mapping. Now I know until we adopt something, it doesn't go in our mapping, but I would like to, I'll just state that most new residents or people coming to the area use our mapping if they even want to do the research to identify what applies in this area. And so I would hope that as soon as we're able to have that information, it would be updated through GIS, which I don't know if that's you guys. I think that's more our end, but I would want us to not miss too much time in that realm, especially when it comes to those kind of data information pieces that are pretty critical. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Thank you, Chair Watson. Just to clarify on the consulting team, there is GIS experts. Also on our internal project team, we've got a dedicated GIS staff person here, an RDCK GIS staff person. So we're working together, and I would anticipate in short order, once we get towards completion of this project, that those planning couples will be.
Thank you so much. And Director Weatherhead.
Thank you, through the chair. In terms of public engagement, Edgewood community, I feel really requires, some type of update. They were all under the impression that the forward BCG study actually cleared them all for, all floodplain requirements and restrictions in place. And so they're really reeling with it all and trying to kind of argue with what has transpired. And so if there's any way that they could just be really included in being able to develop a broader understanding of what's really going on there and how we can understand in an local ways that happens. It just does not relate, doesn't compute properly, and I can't be the one to explain it all. I'm not an expert.
Thank you, through the chair. I've noted your comments, Director Weatherhead, and I know planning staff through various development people was not familiar with that situation in Edgewood. So we'll work on that piece with the consultant team. Thank you.
Thank you. That is, are you contemplating a question? You're looking like you're contemplating. Vandenberg.
Didn't know the answer to this and I apologize, but there was reference to LiDAR as a effective tool for our GIS system, but I can't recall if that is a tool that's currently being used or is being reviewed as an important piece to our GIS mapping. Can you bring me up on the use of LiDAR?
Through the chair, Director Vandenberg, just looking for additional clarification about your LiDAR question. Is it related to the floodplain review project or LiDAR and GIS separately?
If I may. So in the presentation, your consultant did talk about the use of LiDAR. LiDAR, that information would need to be updated into our, presumably our GIS mapping, which is an internal process. So are we compatible in order to do that? Is it something that we can and should be doing?
Through the chair to Director Vandenberg, that's the great piece, in my opinion, of having consulting GIS experts and RDCK GIS. So part of having those two experts is to determine if there are any compatibility issues. If there aren't, great. If there are, how do we overcome them? So we'd be discussing that as we move through this particular project.
Thank you.
And just for your historical reference, NDMP, National Disaster Mitigation Project, we did 2 streams, probably 2016 to 2019. The first one was collection of LiDAR across the central Kootenays. The second one was actually interpreting that data on 19 steep creeks that were identified as high hazard. And that's where they took the data and said, what does that mean?
LiDAR.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I have no other questions at the table. Back to you, Alyssa and team. Is there anything else on your end you would like to share?
No, not at this time. Thank you for the opportunity and for the initial feedback on the project. We look forward to keeping RDCK updated on our progress as we move forward.
Thank you very much. Stephanie, anything? You're good?
No, thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Have a great day. We'll see you again soon.
Yeah.
All right. We are on 6.2.1. This is a financial plan amendment. Oh, Woodbury. Yeah. I'll move the motion and you can second it. Thank you. Any questions? I'm very grateful to staff for all the work they did on this, on our Fire Smart Committee and our Water Advisory Committee. They pulled this together and staff said yes. And I funded it. So, sorry, we funded it through the Area D Community Works allocation. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Purchase of goods agreement. Go ahead.
If I could, through the chair, just to request perhaps the board could entertain motion 2 on here first. We would normally amend something like this to add the board wording for MFA. If we amend it, then it's going to be this whole thing where it says this motion was passed first and then this motion was passed, adding the borrowing piece. Because we've received direction to enter into the purchase agreement, we've already purchased the piece of equipment. So if you rescind that first motion, there's a gap in board direction around actually providing that authorization, which I don't feel comfortable with because staff has already acted on that motion that's requested to be rescinded. So if the board could consider motion 2 first and then rescind the first motion, that would just make me feel more comfortable from a continuity perspective.
Motion 2.
Move motion 2. Do we have a second? Jackman, discussion. We did get an update at joint about what this was about. We're good. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now Stuart's comfortable that we move forward. Motion 1. Thank you, Lockwood. DeBoon, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. 6.3.1, facility rental agreement with Selkirk. Would we like to move that or ask a question?
Chair, we do have Deputy Chief Zayak on the line, I believe.
Oh, hi, Chief Zayak.
Good morning. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. Jackman, go ahead.
Yeah, very general question. I always thought you always had to have some consideration, not zero.
Yeah.
Just use $1 and then for some reason I've seen it use $2. Aren't you supposed to have some annual consideration like $8 and 0?
Go ahead,
Not that
Chief.
we're gonna fall into a legal case down the road, but it's just what I thought about.
Yeah, through the chair, there could be, some forward of due consideration, I think they call it. So we could add $1 to the agreement. I don't think that Selkirk would complain with getting that Louis.
Anything you want to state on that, Chief?
Through the chair, no, that sounds good. We can look at that.
Okay. Lockwood?
Through the chair, is there opportunity with this being at Selkirk College to engage with people that are going to school to have them join some of them or watch some of the training that happens? For getting people to be interested in this line of work as a volunteer?
Through the chair,
Go ahead.
we often have people. Yeah, through the chair, we often have people spectating from outside the compound. We could, like, we have a recruitment tent that we used to have. It has since been thrown away because it fell apart. But things like that. With the recruitment website, we have people on site that can make contact with the community members that do come and look. But we haven't gone beyond that. That's interesting point. So we can look at maybe incorporating more of a recruitment end for sure.
Would you like to move the motion?
Yes, I will move the motion.
Is there a second? Thank you.
With the amendment of adding $1.
Including.
Including $1. You got that $1, Chief? You can hand that over? Okay.
Through the chair,
Motion's on the
yes, we
floor
will.
with $1. Vandenberg, do you have a question?
Just a question of interest to the chief. So it's really cool that you have a facility, at Selkirk College to do your NFPA 1001 training. But I wonder, and it's probably, and you can, clarify this for me, probably because they're very central, that sort of thing. But I look back at, into Creston, and I do know that they have, training facilities there as well. I'm sure you've talked to them about that, but is the training facilities not, in Creston, not able to provide you with the NFPA 1001s that Selkirk can?
It's not so much Selkirk is providing it. We run all this training at the facility where we've built the infrastructure. We have the trainers. It just happens to be on Selkirk land, so they're not actually providing any instruction or anything like that. There has been some talks about sending the odd yak firefighter to Creston for their live fire training. That just hasn't happened yet, but the chief in Creston is open to discussions around that. That's just been something on the side of the table. We've been able to accommodate yak members here on live fire weekends without any issues so far.
Thank you. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Financial plan amendment for areas E and F. This is specific to F though, Beasley only. Director Newell.
Move the motion.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Director Graham. Discussion? Graham?
Thank you through the chair, and just for the benefit of the public, that they understand that this is an area F service, although we're just another in one service, this does not affect anything for area E taxpayers. So I just wanted that to be clear.
Thank you. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Grants. Anybody like to move discretionary? Graham, thank you. Lockwood, discussion? All is correct. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And community development. Thank you. Second, thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Oh, Chair and CAO. Okay. So I'm going to talk about UVCM for a minute. I'm first just going to let you know the process at UVCM for our meetings, so everybody does know them. I realize we don't, I lose track of who knows what, so it might be a repeat for some of you. For board-led requests in the agenda, the meetings that were accepted by the ministries and are confirmed are in the agenda under a chair's report, so you can see what board requests are moving forward. So those ones, they're generally 15 minutes. So I work with whoever is the expertise on the item, such as with the Dykes, Dan, Nora, Stuart, I, and Mike met yesterday. We have 15 minutes to cover about 3 pages of notes. So wish me luck. My job is to make that succinct, make sure we've got the ask, and generally what we're doing is staff is getting a contact that we follow up with. For those that are minister-led, or sorry, board-led ones, the executive is included in that. If it affects a specific area, we would generally be working with that director, such as in the ferries areas, Director Brown. Well, you're on the executive, so you'll be there as well. That's kind of how we work them. When they're director-led requests, and there's 2 of them confirmed, one that was declined, but we'll see what happens at the provincial desk. Those are led by the director, and unless support is required from the chair and executive and staff, we don't intend unless you're included, unless you want us there. The only caveat is that if you're speaking to staff or ministers about a board-led initiative, you do want to make sure that I and Stuart are present so that we're clear about what you may have asked. And when it comes back to us, we know what's happening. That's kind of how they work. Staff meetings can be up to 30 minutes, but we really are, they call it speed dating for good reason. So it's a very quick and dirty, get to your ask. And I've got notes on briefing notes to keep me clear. I have each section here. So if you have questions on a board-led request, I have my notes. You're welcome to ask me. I'm not gonna go through them with you, just because that would take a lot of time. By all means, ask us. The other thing I wanted to mention is resolutions at UBCM. This is something I forgot. We don't all know how we've done it. If you put forward a resolution that this board supported and it's on the resolution agenda, or it's in the agenda and it's one of the ones to speak to, please be present for that. If you cannot, you must find someone from the board to be there for you. I don't necessarily go to the resolutions because of minister meetings and schedules. So it's up to the person who put the motion forward to make sure, if you can't be present, who's going to stand there for you. By all means, ask me, vice chair, anyone that would like, to make sure that someone is present to speak to it if it's going to be spoken to. Questions? I did see Popoff's hand.
Yeah, if I may, it's a comment through the chair. I do have a meeting arranged with John Hopkins, the Executive Director for Rec Sites and Trails BC, regarding building a trail. I've sent out an email to the Spokane Valley Services Committee members, Director Casely, Director Lunn, and Director Main. If they want to participate with me at that meeting, please respond. None of them have responded yet. Our meeting is first thing on Monday morning, and I would appreciate if you intend to participate in that meeting, and it would be helpful if you did, send me an email so I can brief you what the meeting is all about. It was on our agenda, Spokane Valley Services agenda, etc. We should all be aware of it, but I'd like to reinforce it so that we're all on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you. So respond directly to Director Popoff on that one. That is regarding an RDCK park. And while you haven't asked us to attend, it would be one where generally I'd say staff should be there because it is regarding an RDCK asset. I'll leave that between you and staff to figure out.
And just as often, staff was going to be there.
Okay.
I understand Stuart Horn's going to be there and Mike Morrison.
Okay, great. Vandenberg.
Just around the Ministry of Ag and Food, regarding the reevaluation of the agricultural land reserve. What was the origin of that? I guess I'm trying to determine, do I attend any of these? The other one was the BC Building Code one as well, but it's not in here. That's fine.
So to the first question regarding, well, first I just want to note, if you want to attend a meeting, I need to know in advance. We generally have to submit who's attending the meetings to UBCM in advance. So if they don't care and you show up, just give me a heads up so I know you'll be there and we don't close the doors when we know you're coming. So just let us know, and we generally let UBCM staff know we have another director joining. It also helps to know, because we will meet 10 to 15 minutes in advance just to make sure we know who's speaking and who's, don't go off track kind of thing. In terms of the ALR one, we could go back 10, 15 years on that one. The specific ask this year and following up from previous ones, I think I've had 3 conversations with the ALC over the last 10 years regarding where the designation of arable land is and how it's not accurate to actual arable land. So we've asked them several times, reevaluate what you actually have in the reserve. So it's predominantly arable, and we're not constantly looking at applications where it's class 5 to 7 or even 6 to 7 and it's not arable. The further connection to this one was one that came up at the Chair and CEO forum where we were talking about affordable housing. And we were talking about, like, I used Area D as an example. I have 7,000 hectares in the ALR, about 800 of it, which was done through Selkirk College as a study, is arable. So all that other land that is held up in the ALR, why can we not free that up for affordable housing? So we asked that question at the Chair and CEO forum, and about 5 months later, we got an answer saying talk to the ALC. We already knew it's the ALC call. We were asking the minister to try and connect the dots. So that'll be the focus of that meeting. I believe it is with the minister. So it'll be a 15-minute, hey, we talked to you about this. Their answer in the past when it came to reallocation of the land based on looking at the arability was we could do that through our planning processes. We said, no, thank you. We don't have agrologists. It is your land designation. Please reevaluate it. So we'll also be reinforcing that. Was that all your questions? Lockwood.
Thank you. Is there any meetings that we didn't get that we requested?
Oh, sorry. Building code was a resolution, not a motion, as far as I know. Sorry, sir, go ahead.
Through the chair, the only meeting that was denied was Director Cheney put in a request to meet with staff regarding some issues on the Goat River, and that was denied.
So just one. That's good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Weatherhead.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I was just gonna add, thank you to the chair. My minister portion of my meeting was to know.
Yeah, through the chair, I meant full denial. There was a number of meetings that got bumped to staff.
Oh,
Minister was requested, it got bumped to staff, but we still got a meeting.
And they often do that. Jackman, did you want to add anything else?
Well, transportation and ferries was bumped to labor.
Yes.
I would rather have both.
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah,
good
it's through the
catch.
Process.
We were declined that
Yeah,
and we
but
said,
then we-
please go to labor. So the other thing about once Mike Morrison attends these, he takes all the notes. And so what you would have seen last year was in October or November, you will see what those meetings were and what the notes were. So that'll come back on the agenda for your information, and I can also speak to it next month. Tierney.
Just trying to clarification on what the CEO said in regards to my application was for a meeting with the minister.
Yeah, so through the chair, the meeting with the minister was denied. Yeah, so that's why I'll go to the appointments desk on Monday at the convention and try to get a meeting with staff.
Oh, I see.
That's present, yeah.
Okay. Good. Good. I did do other things as chair, not just UBCM. And I made a list. I'm sorry, I meant to have this open. I did meet with staff yesterday regarding the dike meeting we have, and it's quite extensive, but I will again share those notes with you. There's a lot in there within in regards to that kind of, I'll just use the word Director Lockwood used earlier, downloading and how we can do that. I think we're all familiar with that one. We were able to get a meeting last minute based on last month's meeting with EMCR for, again, a lot of the downloading and some of the questions around the designation during a state of local emergency and seeking consent. So I believe that one's with staff. It'll be 30 minutes. So we will be at that one, and I'm actually, some of the people there are on the same working group I'm on. They're the UBCM reps, so we'll be quite familiar, and hopefully we can just jump into the details. I attended the Kootenay Lake Partnership meeting yesterday, and I say this under chair's report because that partnership has been 4 to 5 directors, A, D, E, and now, thank you. I know I should know that. Too mixed up. Creston area. And in the last couple of terms of that meeting, we are the only elected officials at that meeting. City of Nelson had some staff there, but no other municipalities or jurisdictions that present have other elected officials. So we scaled back and only sent myself and Stuart. And so I do note that kind of as chair, because I was playing a bit of a dual role on that one. And minutes and notes were sent to the directors that are part of the partnership. Through the RDCK, I did not include the municipalities because you have your own staff there. So for Village of Castle, we did see CEO Baker for the first time there. I did note, I think Ian had attended when it was online in the past, but it had been a while. And then you had 2 staff from the City of Nelson. And I attended the last tech briefing from the province on September 3rd. And they didn't say much other than things are all right. There's some fires, but we're looking good. And they said that'll be the last one of the season. Any questions for me? Thank you very much. See you.
Through the chair, nothing really to add on the UBCM. I think the chair covered it. I think the only thing they'll add is I've got my MIA board meeting on the Monday and then the AGM on the Tuesday. So I'll be chairing that AGM on Tuesday afternoon. One thing I did want to mention is we've closed the RFP for the organizational review that you approved during the budget process. 15 proposals that staff's working through, and that'll be awarded, and part of that scope, as you know, is a session with the board. So we'll be trying to schedule that. I'd like to think during that workshop block that's been blocked off on Tuesdays in certain months, we probably try to squeeze it in there, but keep an eye out for that because we would like to have that done this fall and early winter. There's going to be a pretty tough timeline for the consultant around that, and yeah, that's it. Main update.
Questions for Sia? All right, we're at 11:21. Let's keep moving until 11:45. Rule affairs, joint. Jackman. Sorry.
There's 5 recommendations, maybe easiest to do them in abbreviated form individually. As usual, we are authorized by the board to receive delegations on land use applications or actions for taking against landowners. We did have landowners in attendance for the 2 of the applications, with the address. I want to move the first recommendation. This is a removal of notice on title. Selectral area H, landowner McElroy, so I move the recommendation as stated in the agenda.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Okay, second recommendation, all vote as well. This is approving the issuance of a development variance permit. Electoral area G landowner Graham. I'd like to move the recommendation as stated in the agenda.
Second, Director Cunningham. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Third recommendation is also all vote. This is a site-specific floodplain exemption, landowner Whitney, electoral area D. And the motion is to approve the exemption, so I'd like to move the recommendation as worded, noting there is a subject to registering the restricted covenant on the property.
Second, Tyranny. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Fourth recommendation is a all vote as well. This is to authorize the discharge of a restricted covenant. Exact opposite of the previous one. In electoral area J on property owned by Bryson. So I'd like to move this recommendation as worded in the agenda.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Oh, Hannah Graff's not here. Thank you, Lockwood. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed?
The fifth one is a community works fund application for Terry's Fire Hall radon completion project. But an interesting report. I think people might be amazed at the levels that we accumulate in some facilities. I understand staff is looking closely at all of our facilities. This is an electoral area I. I'd like to move the community works fund application as described to approve.
I'll second it, Chair.
Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
That less than 40 minutes.
It's definitely less than 40 minutes.
We're until the public time. 24 minutes.
Okay, so we are on 8.1. Director Vandenberg, this is your motion, so I will hand it over to you. And I'm wondering if we should, if we get a motion on the floor, then we have to either finish it by 11:45. So I'll leave it to you, but if we start getting into too much discussion where we're going to hit that point, I'll ask to table it.
So would you like me to do an opening then?
You do you, if that's what you'd like to do, yeah.
All right. Thank you. The motion, I'm prepared a narrative. The motion directs RDCK board to pause compliance with the Partners of Climate Protection PCP program and the BC Climate Action Charter, and to commission a comprehensive cost benefit analysis before any further commitments are made. The goal is straightforward: to ensure that every tax dollar is spent wisely and that every environmental action is tailored to distinct needs and values of our region. Participation in voluntary climate frameworks has expanded our financial, staffing, and administrative obligations, exerting pressure on local budgets and property taxes, often without transparent demonstration of tangible local benefits. Net zero mandates embedded in internal CAP plans entail significant costs for our infrastructure upgrades, ongoing reporting. These costs risks outpace the returns of our communities, especially as provincial and federal funding shifts greater responsibility and often matching dollar requirements onto the municipalities. Residents have voiced concerns about affordability, resource drain, and the need for independent evaluation before further investments in these programs. Yet, the RDCK has not wavered in its commitments to meaningful environmental stewardship. As reflected in our last two board agendas, RDCK is leading a robust suite of initiatives that directly advance community resilience and sustainability, including land use planning, risk tolerance policy, flood hazard policy and regulations review, water sustainability initiatives, wildfire mitigation, compliance with emergency and disaster management, enhancing our grassroots readiness through our NEPP, our neighborhood emergency preparedness program, our geographic information systems, including mapping, including LiDAR, and ongoing review of RDCK's better corporate building policy, ensuring maximum life cycle value and fiscal performance takes priority. Other notable efforts such as recycling improvements, hazardous waste events, and invasive species management, and broadwater source protection continue to shape a resilient, sustainable future for RDCK residents. Some may say that the climate action plans from the PCP program may inform or identify the current suite of initiatives I just noticed. I would caution that this is not the case, as local governments are responding to provincial direction and mandates and constituent resident concerns in our backyards. Supporting this motion means overriding outside expectations that may not fit in our geography, demographics, or lived experience of our communities. It restores the autonomy of our board to assess and clarify the true costs and local outcomes of climate-related commitments, ensuring that only those actions with robust evidence-backed returns are advanced. It also positions us to transparently communicate these findings with the public engagement and accountability, building trust, reducing risk, and upholding the highest standards of local democracy. This responsibility pause protects affordability and guarantees representative governance, allowing us to address the real risks: floods, droughts, wildfire, infrastructure development, before adopting costly and potential misaligned mandates. I would submit that RDCK is a leader in thoughtful climate stewardship, community-driven decision-making, and honest fiscal management. Please support this motion, as it provides clear local value and unwavering transparency.
That's your intro.
It is.
Okay.
So
You want to wait to move it?
I would, no, I'll move it.
All right, is there a second? McFadden seconds, it's on the floor, so we'll go to discussion now. I've got Davidoff, Popoff, Jackman, Page, myself, I'll go to the end, so starting with Davidoff.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm rising to speak in opposition to this motion. The RDCK has made public commitments to act on climate change. Suspending participation sends the wrong message that we're walking away from these promises. These programs help us access funding, technical support, and resources. Pausing our participation could jeopardize current and future grants that help reduce long-term costs to taxpayers. Suspending staff work and data collection delays meaningful action at a time when wildfires, droughts, and floods are already threatening our communities. The motion frames these programs as top-down and urban-focused. In fact, they're designed to allow for rural and community-specific approaches. We can absolutely ask for a cost-benefit analysis without freezing all progress. Halting data collection undermines the very analysis we're requesting. We've already invested staff time, training, and planning into this work. Pausing now wastes that investment and disrupts our internal momentum. Residents, especially youth, expect governments to act responsibly on climate. This motion sends a message that we're stepping back when we should be stepping up. Withdrawing weakens our voice and collaboration with other local governments across BC working on similar challenges. We had engineers present today on a risk policy initiative and eloquently elaborated how they are professionally bound to incorporate universally accepted scientific evidence on climate change. I urge the board to vote against this motion. Let's continue working toward a cost-effective, locally grounded climate strategy without abandoning our commitments or delaying the work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Director Davidoff. Director Popoff.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. To the Chair, first of all, Director Vanderberg, you've done your homework, you've done a lot of work on this, greatly appreciated, well worth it. And Director Davidoff, your presentation here was also involved a lot of work on your part. I've only got two questions here. At our August board meeting, we did pass resolution 432/25 that the board directs staff to apply to FCM's Green Municipal Fund for climate rating plans and process funding up to a maximum eligible amount. And I will not go on there. That motion is part of the record, etc. My first question is, how will that affect that motion if Director Vanderberg's motion is passed? Second question is.
Can we just go by question? Just
okay, then I've got another.
Okay, noted. You have a supplemental, and who on staff would like to take that one?
Well, through the chair, I don't think that this motion would change anything that staff's doing at this time. This is a request to bring back a report. which would then inform actions of staff after that. I think that this is just, at this point, this is compiling information in order for the board to make a decision as to how we move forward on that. So I don't see it changing any kind of work that staff's doing at this time, other than adding the work to prepare this analysis and do this report.
Yeah, the supplemental and in response to that, you know, I mean, we're asking for funding to prepare another report. So with this motion, cancel our application to the funding that we're already asking, the Green Municipal Fund, and will that endanger our future applications to the Green Municipal Fund?
Well, for the chair, I definitely think it would impede further applications, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jackman.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just to look back to what Stuart just said, there is the first item now is to immediately suspend all work. So it is a little more impactful than the comments we just heard. To me, this isn't a clear-cut support or oppose. And so I've drawn the box around that first item. Because I thought some of the short-term actions that are proposed are pretty common sense. Just like we've been doing continuously, we say, well, we're gonna replace this HVAC system, we toss it all away, we repair it, what do we do? We jump to new technology, what's the net savings? So I thought what I saw through some of our action items, a lot of them are very common sense. As you go further up in time, they're more like, to me, my old phrase, planning to make plans. On that point, we've seen a substantial shift from both federal and provincial government on the kinds of subsidies that are offered, what kind of programs are out there. We won't really know entirely what that looks like until after November 4th or 5th for the federal, or something pretty solid from the provincial government sooner. So the revisiting or analysis, I support that because we might have been assuming that it makes sense to do this within the next year or 2 years because there's a funding program. And like I spoken to early in this meeting, we like to say, well, we'll do this because a lot of it is free. But if the federal and provincial funding streams are taken away, or the incentives for us to purchase things are changed, like is happening with EVs for individuals, that would change it. That would merit the analysis. But I don't think anyone should start an analysis till we've seen both of those budgets, federal and provincial. And I don't think we need to freeze all the work between now and when we revisit whether or not all those items they saw on the list still make sense. I would like to see this carved up a little bit.
Thank you. Yeah.
Through the chair, sorry, if I could just clarify, because Director Jackman's correct, that first one does kind of indicate that all the work will be suspended. I guess not the confusion, the difference between all work that we're doing around any kind of climate readiness and what's specifically mentioned in the first bullet here are not the same. It's not one bucket. So for example, the FCM work would continue because that's not going towards either of these PCP or BC climate action mandate. However, LGCAP would be suspended. We wouldn't be eligible for LGCAP anymore. So there's certain things that we would be able to continue to do, or staff would still have the mandate to continue to do, but this would pause some work depending on what falls under the direction to get to these two, the BC Creek Bureau and the net zero for BC.
We have a tiny supplemental based on that because our asset management work also must continue because that impacts availability of other grants and other sources of revenue. And my understanding is the asset management planning and replacement timing is being supported by the research of some of the staff who are in part funded under LGCAP and these other things. So there's a complexity there. I don't want to say stop something without really understanding what all that stops.
Thank you. Director Page.
Yeah, thanks. I agree with the statements that have been made already. So at present, I wouldn't support this resolution. That shouldn't be too much of a surprise. I think there's a lot in here that speaks to local priorities, but of course it's been highlighted that this is a part of a larger campaign from an organization outside of the area. Already had discussions about this in Cochrane. The issues raised around eligibility for the various funding that already exists has already been stated that there would be question marks that would be created around those spaces. But I think importantly, we need to be ensuring that we're looking quite clearly at what the dangers of not investing in these improvements are. We have an affordability crisis, I think, often because we've underinvested in the current situation we have now. We've underinvested in asset management, and now that's all coming due. We've underestimated the impacts of certain aspects of our pollution, whether it's nutrient pollution, whether it's atmospheric pollution, and we're bearing the consequence and the costs of that now. In some ways, we talk about downloading, but in other ways, we're now taking on bigger roles in emergency management because they're taking bigger roles in our lives writ large. And so those costs are now being exacerbated. I am all for, whenever we look at the body of work we need to accomplish, to having better clarity and how we evolve what we're doing now so that we have better metrics and we can have a better, clear understanding of how we can affect change with the least amount of resources possible, so that we're not creating burden on the taxpayer, and so we're creating value within our communities. But I think when we're doing that, we have to do it in the context of the body of work we're currently doing. I think in many ways, these programs were the seeds of the work we're doing now. And frankly, you could probably in some ways not do them anymore because they're so long ago that we've moved so far beyond how we're addressing this has become baked in. We're just listening to the Salmo floodplain. The disaster resilience and innovation funding is a requirement of these programs in the first place. But the professional reliance piece, people are already well beyond understanding the dangers of not acting. And so this in some ways is an errand in maybe shoring up and making sure that everyone feels good about where we're at, but I feel like it's not a good use of staff time compiling new reports with a new perspective. I think it's going to end up being a bunch of redundant and it didn't work. But however we continue to improve the clarity of the metrics around how we do this work and how we incorporate this work into everything that we do, I'm in supporting that.
Thank you. Looking at the speakers, let's just noting we're going to end up requesting a motion to table this one, but we'll keep going for another 5 minutes and then get that motion. May, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Director Davidoff made a very well-reasoned and constructive rebuttal of pretty much everything in this director's motion. And I agree with Director Davidoff's analysis and statements. What I find particularly concerning about the motion as it's brought forward is the first section that really sends a distinct message to the public that we're stepping back from climate work. Whether that's accurate or not, that's the perception that is already out there, and I've received numerous emails about that. Item number 4, a localized environmental stewardship approach. We are addressing issues writ large, not writ small, and this is we'll take care of ours without reference to the outside world, and I disagree with that. And I think it's really important that we continue to collect data on what we are doing, what we have done, and what can add us from all sides, economically, environmentally. And environmental protection is not the same as responding to climate directives, the pressures of climate change. Environmental protection is environmental protection, and it is for its own benefit, is not necessarily a response to the climate change that is universally accepted in scientific circles as happening. So I cannot support this motion as written, although I do think that a report on, the state of climate action reports are very important, and collecting the data to construct those reports is important. Thank you.
Dr. Graham.
So thank you through the chair. And so I was at the table when these things were adopted. But I did a bunch of research to try to learn. And I will agree that I could not find any public documents that showed actual costs. The RDCK has incurred for either of these, those were not available. There was no public documents for cost benefit analysis either. So I see value. I actually echo what Director Jackman was saying. I would struggle very much with the first point, and I guess my question then is to the staff. Do we need a motion to get a report on the state of these programs? Is that required?
Through the chair, I think if you want it to be received as the board, at the board as a report, I would like direction to staff to do so, yeah. Yeah.
Supplemental then to the mover, would you accept an amendment to remove section 1 of your motion so that we could have this report that you're requesting?
Yes.
Can we hold, because we're gonna have to table this motion, so if we can hold changes to the motion until after we've tabled it and done public time and likely after lunch, then we can be more prepared. We still have more speakers as well. So I won't lose track of that potential amendment. Okay, I have 2 questions. I'm gonna ask them now, just so that we have clarity, because you're likely gonna be talking about it over lunch. The first one is I wanna clarify, to be eligible for the local government climate action plan funding, which we already have 3 years worth of, we're a year and a half through it. I believe we have to be signatories to the BC Climate Action Charter, and if we revoke that, we no longer qualify for LGCAP. Is that correct? Yes. Okay, thank you. The second question is how many projects have we done and are currently doing under the PCP Partners in Climate Action Program?
Through the chair, I don't know that information off the top of my head. We'd have to go back and look at all the projects we're doing and link them to what either declaration or grant stream or initiative they're related to, because we've got some projects that are probably just related to a board direction. There was a board approval of a project that didn't fall under any of those. We're working on this initiative bucket. It was just something the board wanted to do. So we'd have to bucket those for you to say, here's what's related to BCP, here's what's related to the BC Climate Action Declaration, here's what's not, here's what's related to provincial downloads, right? Anything from, you could argue that every project under EDMA is related to climate action in some way. So we'd have to bucket those for you.
Okay, I have more to say and we have more speakers, but what I'm gonna ask right now is to take a motion to table this at this time. Moved, seconded. We don't discuss tabling, do we?
Yeah, I'm just looking to change the order to take us public time.
Yes, but we're likely gonna break public time in 15 minutes. We're then gonna be on break.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
but to
that's
the chair, you'd still be on this item.
the agenda. We don't need to postpone in this case.
So we can stop with the motion on the table.
Oh,
The motion is on the table. So I don't want to just reorder the agenda in the middle of a motion. So it is a motion to table. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So it'll be the first thing we pick up when we reconvene. So I do want to respect public time. Is 11:45. It's 11:45 at this very moment. We have nobody in the room. If there was anybody online that would like to ask a question, you can put your hand up or put your name in chat, and I'll just go in the order of the hands that I see. Asking for a second time. I'll give you a moment in case you're unsure of how to unmute or put your hand up. Same with media. Sorry, this is not just public. This is also media. I know Stormy's there and Bill's there. Eric, you've unmuted. Go ahead and ask your question.
Hey, I just wanted to say I appreciate the discussion that's going on here today. I was pretty concerned coming in hearing about this motion. I think it's quite fitting. Today, September 18th, and we're potentially going to hit 30 degrees here in Creston, and we're talking about what seems like, at least from my perception as a member of the public, as backstepping on our climate commitments and actions. So I appreciate the discussion that's gone on here, and I'm feeling confident in our elected officials here in the RDCK, so thank you for that.
Thank you for being present. Are there others that would like to unmute and ask a question? I don't have all my screens, but normally if they put a hand up, it would come up to the top. Okay, then we could lift the motion from the table and keep going until noon. That's a motion, right? Thank you. All those in favor? Okay. Motion's back on the floor. We're gonna put Graham on the list for an amendment post the conversation, if that's okay, or towards the end. I don't want to lose sight of it, but it helps inform what we might do. So I'm gonna add a few more of my notes that I had set aside here. Can you put Daboon on the list, please? The two things I want to note is you've got you. I don't support spending all the work. I feel like I know that this term has been particularly focused on climate change. This is not the first term. In fact, this started when I started 12 years ago. When it comes to the various plans we've had, we had a community. We had to do an actual plan that assessed climate change that informed our access to community works funding. This was previous to my time. I don't remember the acronym. But we've been looking at this all along. The programs that fund that work have shifted over the years. The climate change plan itself had already gone through 4 years of iteration before this term, and then we spent another 2 years engaging the public on it. I feel like I don't debate climate change anymore. I don't care what you call it. The fires have increased. I've never been on call so much. We used to have an EOC in this room if we had something when Johnson's Landing occurred. We then had to establish a different building so that we had a year-round ability to activate should needed. Whatever you call it, intensity of actions are occurring. Within that, we're also required to do asset management planning on all of our infrastructure, regardless on what we think about climate change. That is a requirement for most of the funding that we use for infrastructure. Those two things alone, I would not want to pause work and actually add more work to try and find money that's going to lead to more taxation to do those things we have to do. The second piece to this is asking staff to prepare and present a board comprehensive cost benefit analysis. Well, I understand the merits of it. Each project via the budget and asset management. I don't want to say it's not important. What I want to say is I am super cognizant of how much this board has directed staff to be careful of how much time they're spending on things. When it comes to what's coming down the line with EDMA, and we have advocacy going on that, and I have not been a quiet person at that table regarding downloading, they are beyond capacity already when it comes down to the amount of things we are going to have to do that is not optional. I'm very cautious over work that, I don't want to say the word redundant, but I'm going to say redundant in this moment, that just adds to staff's work plan, which is going to increase our costs regardless. I'm much more happy about projects that are specific to say, what are we getting out of this? What is the return? How do we address this? Which is very difficult when our economy does not address the actual impacts. We still have a very much profit loss, a focus on economy, not profit loss, mitigation, risk, and all the other things we have to actually consider. The third thing I want to say is that when it comes to environmental stewardship at the localized level, guess what I've been doing for 12 years? I have absolutely focused on what do you need in Lardo Valley, the grid stability project, the farm renovation project. I use grants to do that. CSLAC has supported that. Central Kootenay Food Policy Council, we started that because we addressed farming and agriculture was a major thing. Kootenay Boundary Farm Advisors, 3 regional districts got together with our ag area plans to put that team together. We started that. I have full faith and I'm so grateful for the work that they're doing because of how important agriculture is, not just to the economy, but to the environment. So I feel like I would say we've been doing that very, very well. We just have so much information, it's hard for people to see those level of details. For all those reasons at this time, I definitely want to acknowledge the work you've done on this. I don't discount how hard you work and where you're trying to go with this. I will not support this motion at this time. McLaren Co. And sorry, people got added to this. Normally I would go and go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, I don't want to repeat what's been said. I agree with a lot of what's been said by the directors, particularly Director Jackman and Director Page. I think I would be prepared to support the motion, but for the first bullet. I think ceasing the work. I appreciate the fact that I always try to bring our decisions back to our strategic plan, and I think this is trying to reconcile two different parts of it. There's managing our assets I'm looking at it, managing our assets and service delivery in a fiscally responsible manner, but also in energy efficiency and environmental responsibility. I think without, and as Chair Watson just mentioned, I think our staff already does a very good job of being fiscally responsible. So it might even, like you said, Chair, be redundant to prepare a report about a cost benefit analysis. Although I do appreciate the ability to tighten the focus of what we're doing to find more tangible outcomes that we can point to say this is why this is important. And like Director Page said, these are investments in preventing future costs. So I see pulling back on things like this, I think is actually going to be more expensive for the organization and for residents. Anyway, all that is to say, I would, much like Director Graham said, I would consider moving an amendment to remove the first bullet and or referring it, because I don't think this is urgent. This doesn't need to be decided today. I think it could be reworked and fit into a more amenable format for most of the board. But thanks.
McFadden.
Great, thanks. So I agree with a lot of my colleagues and said things that I had on my list. Director McLaren Co. specifically around strategic plan. I looked it up as well, and you know it's in there. And so as a director, I've got to make sure that I'm not overriding what the board collectively has said is our priorities. So how does that fit into that? I do disagree with Director May a bit. I don't think that it's stating that we're only looking at our own. I think it's understanding that sometimes these provincial and federal policies don't look at the uniqueness of our own. And so I think it's trying to, how do we not try and fit into this box that they think we need to fit into and understand, talk about a lot. Transportation probably isn't our number one. Maybe it is soil, maybe it is farming. Like there's other things that will hit the same targets. So I get frustrated that these programs are dependent on certain things that maybe don't fit within ours. And I am cognitive of staff time, as well as Director Watson said, just trying to find that middle ground, and Director Jackman of talking about a lot of this is going to change in 3 or 4 months, and we're always trying to play catch up for that. I would love to see whatever it looks like that we are scaling back. It does seem like climate action programs, what we're doing takes up a lot of our time around this table. And that does seem outweighed. So I'm kind of looking at, I think there's a sentiment coming, and I think that's what's from the public, is that this has taken over all the conversation. And I think that's where some of that tension comes, is how do we figure out what is hitting the mark, what's just feel good but not hitting the mark, and let's stop doing that. How do we make sure that it's not the whole conversation, that we're not talking about, it doesn't matter if we have trees and the environment is great and we as individuals can't live in them. Like there's got to be both. And so I understand, I think that's where the sentiment of the whole thing is coming from, is how do we balance some of this? So I don't know what the answer is. I'm just saying I agree with lots of you and wish we could come up with an answer.
DeBoon.
Yeah, I speak in opposition to this motion as well, and I think it sets us back. And I'll throw in a couple of cliches that people are probably tired of hearing. The first is think globally, act locally. And when we talk about localized environmental stewardship, I believe we have a vision on local and global, and we need to continue that vision rather than focus on something so specific that it doesn't help us in the broader context. The second cliche is pay me now or pay me later. And I really think that we can continue to pay now because we pay more later. So we work on all this action that we have the science, we have the staff working on it. And if we were to start looking at the idea of let's not pay now, let's pay later, we could suffer some serious consequences. And I think we have to consider that in this stuff. I know there have been decisions in the past, not climate related, where we've had the attitude is let's not do it now, let's do it later. And I know Roger and I are working on something that if it would have been done a long time ago, we wouldn't have to do it now, but it's costing us. And it's not just Roger, but it's something dear to our value. So we have to continue with the progressive philosophy. Don't set us back by starting to change the course we're on. And we have to consider everything that benefits us locally and globally, and just keeping our focus on that.
Thank you. So Graham for a second time and Pop-Off for a second time. I know yours is an amendment. Pop-Off, is yours an amendment or a further? No.
just a comment.
Lockwood, were you?
No, you just hadn't seen, every time I looked, you both of you would look the other way, so that's
Okay.
okay.
Lockwood
You
for the
looked at
first
me, so I
time.
put my hand back.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's okay, that's okay. Thank you, and through the chair, and thank you for bringing the conversation to the table, Director Vandenberg. I look at it and it scares me about suspending everything, so that number one is something that scares me. Although, with saying that, something that I believe is that we're missing is when we do these things, we don't actually measure what the benefit is to our citizens, and I'm gonna use electric vehicle. So we buy electric vehicle, but we don't have any cost analysis of what did it cost the environment to get that electric vehicle into our region? And then what does it cost our environment to replace anything in that electric vehicle? Never mind about the gap, because that's an up and down thing anyways. And what does it cost our environment to replace it? And I'm not saying I'm against electric vehicles, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying we don't do any, we don't have, not just us, the world does not go, this is the true cost of what it's to our environment for an electric vehicle to what it is to produce a gas vehicle. And I think that that's where a lot of public is coming back with saying, you guys say that this is the right thing to do, but you don't have anything backing that that's the right thing to do. So that's where I think that there's a struggle out there. Everybody wants to do the right thing, I believe. How they come about it, and I think that this might be a small thing in some of this is where we can show the public that what road we're going down is the right road. And maybe we need to steer it a little bit and to get back on a better correct road. So the rest of it with removing the one, because that worries me about stopping everything, because that means that we've just wasted a whole bunch of money on staff time and different things. But maybe going forward, and also with what Director Jackman said, is what is the different stuff that's going to come forward with the provincial and the federal government in the next couple of months, is that we need to be, what they say is aligned with as we are a child of our provincial government, we need to be more aligned, and we don't know where that's going to go, and then where the federal government. So that's kind of where I think that with the public, we need to be a little bit more accountable in giving that data. What were our decisions, and how well were they made?
Thank you. Hewitt for first time.
Great, thank you through the chair. Yes, my only comment will be, I am opposed to the resolution, as it's stated in front of us. But the other comment is, we as a board have the opportunity to turn down any project that comes to us for decision. It's not like we're telling staff, go and do these things, and we're just going to accept it. We have the opportunity each time an item comes to this board to fully discuss it and decide whether to move forward with it or not. It's not something that has been brought to us as a fait accompli. We've been asked, and we have, as a board, made decisions of the majority of the board to proceed or not to proceed.
Thank you, Director Hewitt. Okay, now I'm gonna go pop up. You said it was not regarding an amendment, it's just another comment?
Yes.
Okay, and then I'll go to Graham.
Right, so if I may, through the chair, is the regional districts were established to provide core services to our residents. We're getting involved globally and everything else, but mind you, it is coming down from other orders of government to us if we expect to get funding or tax our residents for it. And by putting a pause on the climate action plan, we know climate is changing, that we have, hotter weather, we have fires, and we should deal with what's affecting our residents currently and then look at it further globally at a later date. So by pausing it we've got the watershed governance project happening. If we pause that for any amount of time, we have water shortage, drought happening. We have fires happening. We should concentrate on that, make use of the Green Municipal Fund while we can. And we also have NGOs that want to apply, and it's dependent on the regional district having a climate action plan. If we don't have a climate action plan, we can't move forward on any of the funding that's available through the Green Municipal Fund.
Okay. I'm gonna go to Graham. You've been very patient.
Thank you through the chair. So just to reiterate, in the absence of any public documents showing the actual costs of these two, one federal, one provincial program that I think I, as a director, would actually like to see. I believe the public would like to see that as well. And the fact that there is no public documents for cost benefit analysis, which maybe this is a great program. I don't know, because I don't have a report to tell me that it's a great program. And so, I could not support the first point as previously mentioned, so I would ask the mover to amend and drop the first point, and then I would look forward to seeing the report.
So let's just, in terms of process, what you're doing is you're moving an amendment to remove the first bullet, the number 1, and I will seek a second on that amendment. Second, so now we're only discussing removing bullet 1, nothing else. Discussion on that. Jackman.
I think it's necessary, or we're not gonna get anywhere today. And I think there will be subsequent amendments that I'd like to get CEO's input on when it becomes time.
Okay. Director Davidoff?
Yeah, I like the comment, I can't remember who made it, about referring, I think it was Vice Chair, that made a motion to refer this, to review the whole motion. There are elements of it that I could support, but just taking out this first number 1 doesn't do it for me. There have been speakers with respect to the additional burden on staff and everything else. I think if if we referred this, I speak against the amendment, obviously, but I speak in favor of a referral, and I'm willing to make a referral motion to our next meeting to allow this to be tweaked. But I speak against the amendment for the reasons that I stated.
Sure.
Through the chair, I just speaking on the potential for referral, I think that that would be risky not to simply repeat the conversation here, because then we'd be looking for input from each director to make those amendments, which really should happen at the table through the form of amendments on the motion. So I do think it's beneficial, Director Davidoff, to have that discussion here, because the referral would require so much direction. I'm not sure it's going to get where you want it to get without having this debate.
Okay. Page on the amendment, not referral.
On the amendment, I support it because it moves it somewhere closer. On the full motion, I will probably to David, I'll explain have other amendments on this one.
Okay, further on the amendment. Maine?
Yeah, thank you, for the chair. I think the problem I have with the amendment is we're gonna wind up going item by item through this motion, and just removing that paragraph 1 does not satisfy my concerns with the motion overall. So, I can't support the amendment. I want to defeat the whole motion.
Okay, thank you. Cunningham on the amendment.
Yeah, I'd like to, I'm in favor of the amendment at this time, but I'd also suggest that since it's 5 after 12 or 10 after 12, that we should consider tabling the rest of it after.
The chair, you should vote on the amendment, and then I have a comment that could help.
So let's vote on the amendment. All those in favor? Those opposed? 1, 2, 3. And Davidoff?
And
Okay, I'm gonna start that again. All those in favor of the amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So the amendment passes. Thank you. Those opposed, I did get your numbers. It was the in favor that was confusing me. So the amendment passes. Now, if we want
So
to
Chair, recorded
Stuart?
opposed, please.
record or oppose on the amendment, take it off. Go ahead, Stuart.
So through the chair, if I could suggest something, and if it doesn't fly, it doesn't fly, and if you want to debate the motion. But staff knows all the information that we have on these programs. We know how much has been spent, we know how much has been grants, we know what we've accomplished down the road. A simple direction to staff to prepare a report that summarizes these two programs from a financial and non-financial perspective gives us a broad enough scope to go and try to prepare something, and we bring it back. And if it's not what you want, or you get that base form and say, you know what, I'd really like to see this blown out or that blown out, or this is what was missing for me, then that might be a way to go. Because what I fear is that because the direction is so prescriptive with respect to what is desired in the report, you're going to sit here and you're going to pick apart each one, and it'll be 3 o'clock before those amendments are done. So it could just be a blanket direction to staff to prepare that report, and we do our best to pull everything we've got on these two programs and bring it back.
So move, Chair.
We have a motion on the floor. You're not moving anything. So, Director Hewitt.
No, that was in response to what CAO just said, and since we're in the middle of a motion, I'll wait.
McLaren Co, Jackman, Vandenberg, I will go to you.
Thank you, Chair. I just quickly wanted to note about the work getting done or not getting done. I remember sitting over there, actually next to Director Vandenberg, 2 or 3 years ago, talking about the original climate action plan and how we hived off half of the money that could have been used for actual plans to do a whole year of engagement to end up more or less where we started. So in terms of effective use of financial resources, maybe a staff report, totally, I agree that we need to have some metrics on it, but I am cautious about spending large sums of money to just get right back to where we were.
I use my chair moment for just say that over those 2 years of engagement, we did not end up where we started. We ended up drastically reducing the climate action plan, very much so. So we have already hived off a significant amount from what that plan started as. Jackman, and then I'm going to go to Vandenberg.
Yeah, thank you. So again, from here, I see 2 paths that will still result in some friction because of some of the words or assumptions made in the preamble of the warehouse clause. I want to put that aside. Following on Stuart's meeting, I think if anything, the most we should expect from staff is be resolved that the CAO respond to the timing and impact of the following, and then tick those points. I mean, if we want to keep this as a resolution, it can be in the form of CAO report back on these 4 items. We want to prepare and present the word comprehensive plan. That's one way we can salvage this recommendation. If we don't, we will spend until 3 o'clock picking it apart. Beyond that, I am very concerned about whereas makes assumptions on the attitudes of constituents, which is dangerous as part of the motion. But if we're willing to go down that path, I would like to insert that one little piece. And then we can go back and maybe, if we need to, pick apart the whereas. Or we refer in the technical direction to staff. So looking to direction to staff, either way, you don't do the report.
Okay, got it.
You figure the report out, then move forward.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Vandenberg for the close. What I recommend is you either pass this motion and we amend it, or we decline this motion and we take the direction of staff. I don't want us going, I actually don't think we need to amend this motion to try and get to what Stuart's doing. That is really messy and a lot of time. So I'm going to go to Vandenberg for close. I'm going to take the vote on the motion as is, and we're going to go from there. Vandenberg.
Thank you. Way back when we started this, we were presented with a lot of new things that were predetermined from a previous board, that sort of thing. It took us a long time to get plugged into what was really happening. I want to say that I appreciate the open dialogue. I appreciate that we've had a robust debate, cost benefit, transparency, good environmental stewards. We're already doing so much of the work. and shining a spotlight on this conversation finally. Were my objectives in all this. I would like to stay the motion and stay motion. Withdraw the motion and provide direction to staff as the CAO has outlined. Would be appropriate at this time to carry on this really good conversation.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes,
I don't believe this is any longer Director Vandenberg's motion. It's a motion of the board. It has been amended with agreement by majority vote.
point of order, it's just stating the
So,
process, you
It's
disagree.
not the process that we either pass or defeat this, because that's what our constituents want here.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to the vote, okay? Jackman,
Opposed, as it's.
Tierney,
Opposed.
Vandenberg,
Support.
I oppose, Graham.
I have a question, is, are we opposed?
We're in a vote, opposed or in favor of the motion as it
As
stands.
amended?
Yeah.
No amendment, oh yes, as amended, I'm sorry, as amended, thank you.
Sorry, as amended, I'm in favor.
Okay, sorry, I should have clarified that, thank you. Newell,
Opposed.
Cunningham,
Opposed.
Papa,
Opposed.
Davidoff,
Opposed.
Hanegraaff is not here, Weatherhead,
Opposed.
McFadden,
Opposed.
DeBoon,
Opposed.
Hewitt,
Opposed.
McLaren Co,
Opposed.
Page,
Opposed.
Paisley,
Oh, he had to leave through the chair.
Paisley's
Yeah.
gone, Lockwood,
Opposed.
Maine,
Opposed.
Lunn.
Opposed.
Okay, motion fails. We're gonna take a lunch break. Staff's gonna work out what that direction of staff is. I think we heard a lot and then we'll confirm that after lunch, okay?
What are we talking about?
Yeah. What time are we talking?
But if we just take a moment,
Take
break,
a lunch, staff, so you can continue to work.
yes.
Can we?
Healthy debate that is respectful. Thank you so much. We
You're on mute.
just gonna check sound. Director Davidoff, are you present? Director Lunn, are you present? Director Jackman's present. Oh. Okay, I saw that from Janet, okay. Okay, we will go ahead and begin. Stuart, will you teacher please tell me?
Not right this second.
But you have something.
Motion.
Yeah, yes, go ahead, sorry.
So through the chair, just touching on the issue before lunch, that you were looking for something around staff direction, that staff be directed to prepare a report for the board that presents the historical and current project work undertaken to meet the program goals of the BC Climate Action Charter and the Partners for Climate Protection Program, including but not limited to the funding sources for each project, scope of work undertaken, staff and external resources required, milestones met, reporting completed, and community and organizational benefits realized.
That's a proposed motion?
Yeah, well, not for me.
No, I know, it's not from you, but that's what that was, okay. Would anyone like to move that motion, Jack?
Sure, what he said, no, for the purpose of discussion, I move the words of CEO.
Second.
Thank you.
Through the chair, now that's on the floor, I have emailed it to you so you can see it for your.
It's in your emails now, Director Davidoff, just so you know. Discussion. Newell.
Does this, if this motion were to succeed, to the chair, does it just, fit into the normal work plan and end up part of the work plan? Doesn't jump priority just because we passed something at a motion? I make a motion.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, I don't, it wouldn't jump priority, but we would definitely try to provide a report back to you, particularly if you had any potential for budget changes that you might want to make. So we probably aim to have it to you so you could take a look at it during budget deliberation.
Something there.
Yeah.
Do you envision through the chair to Stuart that it would differ very much from our monthly report we get to the SLAC committee? Isn't it just what they do with SLAC?
No, through the chair, this is asking for a little bit more information than that and more on a historical project basis as well. So we have to go back to the beginning of the PCP and the BC Climate Action Charter program to take a look at what work we've done that directly aligned with those mandates and present something to you. So I imagine at some point there was a staff report for every project we brought forward, as Director Hewitt mentioned earlier. So I'm sure we'd be able to pull from that. I'm not saying it's an overnight job or we would just lift it and put it into a new report, but I imagine a lot of that information is out there already, just dated and perhaps beyond the term of some of the directors here.
Another supplemental? You may.
I it's more, I think I'll vote in opposition to this. I think as Director Hewitt said, we've already approved everything that we're supposedly spending money on or applying for grants for. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Recorded opposed?
Sure.
Newell recorded opposed. And Davidoff recorded opposed? Okay. Righto. Dr. Graham, you have a motion there. Go ahead.
Thank you. So through the chair, several of the directors attended an inland ferry Canadians meeting. And one of the things that came out of that meeting was a request that I would make this motion that the chair write a letter on behalf of the RDCK board to the Premier of British Columbia and the Minister of Transportation and Transit to request an update on the progress being made regarding the RDCK's letter requesting provincial legislation that inland ferries are categorized as essential services, and the rest of the motion here as written.
Second.
Motion's on the floor. You good?
Good.
Davidoff, Jackman? Go ahead, Davidoff.
Yeah, I think if directors had a chance to look at what is happening now with the inland ferries, there are 14 of them in the province. And we're formed a coalition of all 14 of these ferries. Just a really surprising stat to me in the report was the Glade ferry that people probably don't even know, you could see, I think you could see it from the road somewhere, but we have like 235,000, total trips, 93,000 a year in 2024, 174,000 vehicles, 93, and it just shows you how important these things are, and they need to be running. And so basically, and it's the only, way to get in and out of our community. So I want to thank Director Graham for drafting this motion, because we were told by our MLAs, like, get this to the Premier's attention. And so really appreciate that and strongly support this request for an update from those offices. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Director Jackman.
Yeah, so hopefully this isn't too redundant. I mean, we've been directed to go through the Ministry of Labor, but yeah, as part of Director Davidoff just said, and our local provincial representatives said it was a good idea to keep this on top of mind, the Premier and Minister of Transportation, because this will not be solved solely by the Minister of Transportation. So it's not demanding very much, except they need just give us a little bit of feedback. And by October, I think we'll have more specific requests of the city and street transportation.
Stuart?
Through the chair, would you like us to send it to Minister Whiteside with the original letter to just provide that context?
C would be,
Yeah.
and also the MLAs, Anderson and
Morrison.
Morrison, as for that.
McLaren Co.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick clarification, and despite the title of the, agenda item, I appreciate the inclusion of Arrow Lakes ferries, because we also have labor disruptions. But just a clarification, should we be referring to them as their official title as an Upper Arrow Lake ferry and not Galena Bay? Or does that matter?
Sense.
That's fine. There is two ferries. Galena Bay would be not the Fouquier ferry. So I'd say the Upper Arrow makes sense because you have two ferries up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be Upper Arrow. Because there's two.
Yeah. The name, all three names are wrong. It should be Arrow Park Cable Ferry, Needles Cable Ferry, and Upper Arrow Lake Ferry.
Weatherhead.
Thank you, through the chair. Sometimes people refer to all three of our ferries as upper Arrow ferry. So I don't know how we will find out if you put ours there.
On the actual website.
On the website, okay. Thank you.
I think Upper Arrow there's three present. You can name them if you'd like. I don't know that this needs to be an amendment to the motion, but when we write the letter, does that work? Okay, thanks. I did fail to mention this meeting I attended in my chair's report. I attended this meeting and it would have been as chair because I don't have a ferry. Super well done. I want to acknowledge the Harrop Proctor Society and all the people involved to coordinate. There was representatives from Buckley, Chaco, Lytton, I believe, and they shared experiences about what did occur for them, even though they had the emergency services declaration and the lack of actually meeting what they considered emergency needs. And so one of the action items that we did ask about in that meeting was, given that our request was originally to the Ministry of Transportation, as Director Jackman said, it was declined. And we quickly pivoted, said, well, let's at least talk to labor. In that meeting, what was indicated, and those that were there, correct me if I'm wrong, was that this committee will keep meeting. And eventually what we'll do is we'll try to align all of the requests from the inland ferry representatives and then make a request at that time to the Ministry of Transportation to sit down with them and go through a succinct approach to what are we asking for. So it's not the end of it. This is kind of the most immediate action that came out of it. And MLA/Minister Anderson did say this would be really good to keep it on their radar and that we will keep meeting. Director McLaren-Co will also start joining those meetings as NCAS. So it's okay. So just sorry, I forgot to mention that in my chair's report, and that's kind of a very brief summary of what occurred. Weatherhead, did you want to add to that?
Thank you. I also invited the mayor.
Okay. This is not it's not an RDCK committee in any way. It's led by the Harrop Proctor Society and gathering those that are affected by inland ferries. So not a problem. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Chair, can I make a second motion on the same topic? Is that appropriate or not?
It is appropriate. If you have the wording, it'd be good to send that so we have it. Go ahead.
I just sent it to you. Okay. And I gonna know who's in it, you know. Okay, so it says, therefore be it resolved that the RDCK send a letter to the province asking to ensure that all inland ferry communities who rely solely on the ferry for access to their community are entitled to the same legal status as roads, highways, and bridges to protect the health and safety and welfare of the community served.
Is there a second on that motion? Okay, and I'm just gonna put it into chat, Director Davidoff.
Yeah, I heard the motion, Chair. Thank you. And I think it's pretty clear. I'm good.
Okay. And I don't see Director Lund, she's not back yet. Okay, just making sure folks online have it. Go ahead. Was that whose hand? Okay, so on the floor, I think it's pretty clear. Do you want to speak anything to it?
I do want to speak to this because this was just an absolute horrific situation for the residents of Harrop and Proctor. And this is different. This is very different from the Kootenay Lake Ferry that, albeit it's so inconvenient to drive around, you can't drive around. This, they cannot drive around, and there is still an action at the labor board that we have learned that has been stayed, but it is still there. And it has not been resolved and it still could be coming forward. And that ruling was to reduce the service by 90% to these residents during a labor dispute. So this has actually been keeping me up at night. And I did not have the minutes of the inland community meeting at the time I made the motion, and I want to, he actually helped put that one together, but this is something that I think, it's a different situation completely. So I wanted to hopefully get the RDCK to send this letter or at least get this discussion started. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackman, then David.
Yeah, and I'm gonna take some flack for this. All the ferries are not the same. I've been asked to say, well, they're all the same, they all need the same solution, which I believe is not, you guys told me this not. We have passed to rapid solutions in most critical instances. And Director Graham is completely correct. There's a precedence built on another precedence to pretty much wipe out their ferry service except for a couple times a day to get anywhere for anything. So that's built on Adams Lake, and then the one that was agreed to December 2024 by the LRB, but then stayed, but not taken off the books. So this tiered approach, I think, is a valid approach. And this, if we go for legislation, we're gonna have another job action before that legislation comes through. I see us having several steps ahead of us. This is probably the easiest one for any ministry to digest in terms of requirement. I do caution though that none of us, any of my peers say you can always drive around. You cannot say that my residents can drive around. That's absolutely an incorrect statement. I drive this summer with all-wheel drive with expensive tires year round, but not everybody can do that. Not everybody should do that or be suggested, but I fully acknowledge there is a difference. The problem is the degree of embedment with connectivity with Nelson right now with East Shore is very high. You'll see it probably shifting a little bit. Anyway, I agree with this as part of a tiered approach. And I hope if we see pushback that residents understand, we have to take advantage to eliminate every risk at every step we can. Because before we know it, a couple of years will be over, and they're talking about tightening up the timeline on this contract. We may not be where we need to be by the time this contract comes up for the next labor in the future.
Okay. David off.
Yeah, I strongly support this motion and we've been advocating for this. I know I spent New Year's Eve in a packed Glade Community Hall, merely dealing with the threat of losing the only access they have to their community. And it is, as Director Graham said, it's still active. This matter is not resolved yet. And there's still an outstanding matter at the LRB. I'm not going to talk about automatic standing at the LRB. I mean, there's been $100,000 spent so far in legal fees alone, trying to get standing, trying to do work, trying to represent our communities. So I strongly support this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Director Davidoff. Weatherhead.
Thank you. I also support this strongly. Arrow Park is one of those communities that is completely cut off without the ferries.
Thank you. McLaren Co.
Thanks, Chair. Just quickly, to Director Jackman's point, there's some, so Arrow Lake communities in the cusp, we're not entirely solely accessed by ferries, but almost entirely accessed by ferries. So we're largely cut off if those ferries are. So I would propose maybe a friendly amendment to add the words after who rely solely and largely and mostly on. Because the drive from Vernon, from say Poker to Vernon is what, 2 hours, but then it becomes 10 hours or something if you have to go all the way. I mean, there's a way.
What is your proposed amendment?
After the words who rely solely, add the words or mostly. Maybe there's a better way to say that.
Is it possible that when we write the letter, we can articulate those differences? Because I think solely or mostly in a motion is a bit, like we can capture what you're stating in the letter. And generally, FYI, when these letters come forward and they come from directors, they go back to you. They'll come to me, but I always want you looped in on it to make sure I caught everything. So I would be looping in the inland ferry directors to say, did we capture it? I only say that because I think the amendment doesn't get to your point, and I think if we thought of, I don't know that there is a word to get to your point, but it's a really good point. So unless the mover, I don't think anyone's just disagreeing with that as part of the body of the letter. Weatherhead?
Thank you, just to say if it were to imply mainly, or to imply that to basic services, because you know, all of our hospital and that sort of thing, so it's those basic services is cut off from basics, I don't know how you put that.
I know, let Stuart speak.
I think through the chair, I think that the inland ferry conversation has been going on for a while since the job action, and you've treated all the ferries the same in that respect. This is to take that small parcel out that's really, really different. And I think if you add the word mostly, you're essentially going back to what you've been doing the entire time, because all the ferries in our area mostly rely on the ferry. To Director Jackman's point, you can't always drive around. So I think it pulls it makes the arguments closer together, as opposed to what Director Graham was trying to do, I think, was to separate those ones to say, we need a different consideration for these ones here. We need the essential service designation and the proper scheduling that meets the community needs for that, because they mostly rely on the ferry. But for these ones here, sometimes that won't even work because it's their only way to access. And I think that distinction is important from this lobbying perspective.
Okay. I think that's clear. And I do think it's important because we've already made motions regarding the other ferries. This is, and really going back to the motion for a minute, that they have legal status as roads, highways, and bridges. That is specific to those that the ferry is their only road. So I think respectfully, I think we need to keep that clear and then make sure that the other letter is articulating that driving around is not an option for all these reasons, or you're 10 hours opposed to 2, and we can articulate it in that one. I think that's the whole point of this motion.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have anyone else on the speakers list. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, watch for those letters. I will make sure that the inland ferry folks are on them. David, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I'm moving the motion that the chair write a letter on behalf of the RDCK board to UBCM requesting that the Canadian Community Building Fund agreement be amended to include wildland fire trucks / vehicles in its definition of fire trucks, in its grant eligibility criteria, in order to further support the goals of the agreement to fund local government capital costs. And if this is seconded, I will motivate.
Do we have a second? Second? And you want to speak more to it?
Yeah, just very briefly, Chair. So we have had a lot of movement on the ability to use the Community Works funds for fire halls and fire trucks. Unfortunately, we and I don't know how many other departments are looking at a wildland fire truck vehicle, and CBT used to support the parts of this type of vehicle, so they've no longer do. And we checked, and basically Community Works funding can't be utilized for this either. So our concern is that how can a wildland fire truck or vehicle be different from a fire truck? Because you've got, almost the same equipment on it. And with our risk in our areas here, we need to be able to get into the bush to knock these fires out. So that's the point of this request and motion.
Thank you. I don't have any speakers on the speakers list or questions.
Yep.
Oh, you do? Sorry.
Yeah.
Vandenberg?
If I may, the chair, to Director Davidoff, has this been approached before to, I guess, to UBCM? Is this fairly new, the specific request? Or is this sort of just layering on and just making sure that we try to get to the top of the queue again? I'm just curious because I don't know.
So I'm gonna let Stuart just answer that one because there were changes recently.
Yeah, through the chair, with the new agreement, actually it wasn't about the time of the new agreement, just before that. but UBCM came out with a bunch of additions to the community works criteria, one of which was fire apparatus specifically, but it had to be fire apparatus used to, like, you're talking about a pumper or a tender. It did not include any kind of rescue vehicle, wildland truck, anything, any command vehicle. So those questions have now been asked to UBCM and they're being denied, and that's where Director Davidoff's motion comes from, is that those, while they're not as expensive as a $900,000 pumper, they are a hit to these small rural budgets for sure and could use the support.
Okay, thank you.
And they did, getting even the fire apparatus in there took quite a bit of lobbying. And they eventually said, okay, just as context. Director May.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. I support this ask, certainly, just with a caution that it is an agreement with the federal government, and so UBCM would be able to initiate discussion about that, but it would take the agreement of the federal government as well to amend the CCBF overall agreement. But I do support it.
Director Page.
So when we're talking about this specific request, because I see within the eligibility requirements, they're not trying to make eligible gear, PPE, communications pieces, kind of the pieces that support the core structure of the fire response. Are we asking specifically for wildlife fire trucks, which would be secondary, tertiary vehicles added to a fourth fleet or a department somewhere, to be eligible when they're the primary response vehicle for a service area? Is that?
No.
So this is still gonna be a fire hall that has a fire truck and these are the additional equipment pieces to add to it. Okay.
And I think for clarification, what's interesting, and correct me if I'm wrong, David Stewart, who whatnot, but wildland tenders are now being implemented into what a fire service should have in rural areas. So it's, I don't know that they're actually required, but I do know that we are getting more and more pushed into, now you need one of these on top of all of these. And so it's that catch-22 where you're asking us to do this, and yet the infrastructure funding we rely on is not catching up to that.
So
Is that, I just want to see if that is correct. That's my understanding from my own fire hall.
Yeah,
That's
through the
correct.
chair, Director Jackman could tell a great story about earlier this year in the Randall Department responding to a brush fire off the side of the highway. It's.
But sorry, I was trying to clarify, is this being required under the OFC, or are we just cognizant of the fact that we're likely to be the first responders? And so wildland's important.
No, through the chair, sorry, I'll let you.
Go ahead, David.
Yeah, CBT supported these types of vehicles with grant funding and parts of these vehicles. And what happened is that they now have withdrawn the funding for that support. So we go ahead and we, for our fire departments, we take a look and say, okay, let's do this. Hold on. Oh, we can't get a CBT grant anymore. So now we have 0 sources of grant funding and pay this and just load it onto the our ratepayers. And they're not cheap.
Stuart.
So through the chair, one of the reasons that these trucks are so important as well is because usually when there is a fire like that, not usually, but a lot of times when there's a fire like that, it's outside the protection area. So you can't send an apparatus and leave the community unprotected. You need another vehicle to send that can support the bladder work to be able to get this job done. Yeah.
And they're generally on roads where your apparatuses don't go up that way. So they're kind of the in-between for the rural areas. And I'm sorry, I've not gotten the answer that the OC is requiring this, but I do know that our fire chiefs have been requesting them because of that buffer area. And back to you, Director Page. I'm sorry, I was trying to get an answer to that.
I think I've got the answer to my question. My word of caution is just whatever we're asking for is highlighting the situation that was just highlighted by the CEO, that when this is, we need this additional vehicle for kind of core response, or to ensure that the core response is maintained. Because as soon as you open up these, not to say it's small, but these smaller pockets, then the other asks for other small pocket bases, the communications, radios, like all those could be hundreds of thousands of dollars to get out for a department. And it seems very clear that there's a limited funding pocket. There is a limiting funding pocket every year. And they're trying to focus in on the core stuff, the big engine, the big apparatus, the big firearms.
Cunningham.
Thank you, yeah. Well, I've had a unit like that for the last 20 years or so. And it's a 4-wheel drive unit, and it's got officially a mini pumper, you know what I mean? Carry 350 gallons of water, but however, vehicles like that do not qualify as a firefighting vehicle. Because a firefighting vehicle is the one, not one seen by anybody but the government, it's the one seen by the insurance industry as useful in protecting homes. And so, it says that we need the vehicle, we use it all the time. In the beginning, the forestry used to pay us to go out and fight things beside the highway because it saved them rustling up a crew. And then they said, no, we're not gonna pay anymore. Matter of fact, just don't bother, we'll do it, no matter where it is. Then they found out that that really didn't work in our area, because by the time they rustled up our crew, the little fire that was a cigarette out beside the highway, all of a sudden was, yeah, turned into a big deal. So we're back doing the same thing again that we used to do before. Close in vehicle, fires and things that we can actually access. And if we can't actually access it, we just don't go. And it's worked out quite well, it's a good cooperative relationship. I appreciate it, but it isn't funded, it's funded by our taxpayers. But there is no, and it doesn't qualify as anything that we can use for insurance deduction. You have to keep that in mind. So it's not an official firefighting vehicle in the roster of the fire department. It's called an auxiliary vehicle.
Okay, on the motion, any other questions at this time? All those in favor? Opposed, carried. I want to just check in between vice chair and staff. Who is noting all the things to make sure they're in the letter? You are?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have the consent agenda. As per usual, if you'd like to pull something, I want to know the number and then we'll go in the sequential order. Jackman, which number?
The risk of opening Pandora's box, on staff response on 9.1.3 and on 9.15. It's 9.1.5.
Okay, so I'll get those noted. Other ones to pull, Director Vandenberg?
9.1.1, please.
Okay. Any others you want pulled for discussion? All right, so we'll start with the 9.1.1. That's you, Vandenberg.
So I guess, as, the director of the area said again during that APC, session that we had, and we had one staff member. I believe that I don't believe that the group that, represents Area C, APAC, really understood the understanding or the dynamics of the two bylaws that were put forward to them. It was explained to them that it's simply a definition change as required by the province on VC 44. They challenged a few of those definitions and accepted that that was the case. But I'm understanding there was other elements that was possibly in there, which was never discussed in front of that group. So I just want to voice my concern around what the minutes actually state in terms of their support. But I don't think that they really understood what they were supporting. I don't know where this needs to go.
Okay.
But I need to ensure that I highlight it based on what I know.
So I'm going to suggest here I had the same issue with 9.1.5, which is Area D. I have a feeling Director Jackman's going to speak to this. I do believe we have some Advisory Planning Heritage Commission concerns regarding how they're receiving information and how they're working. I had already discussed with Director Jackman about requesting a meeting with staff and Stuart to kind of go over that. I had the same experience. So I'm wondering if we could park what you're raising in terms of having a meeting that we have with planning staff and Stuart. Okay. And I'm just going to check with Director Lund. Director Lund, are you wanting to speak to the same item? No?
Chair,
No, I was just letting you know what item I came in on, because I was late joining the meeting, so apologies for that.
David Off, are you speaking to this item?
Yeah, I'm really pleased with what the chair just said, because as directors, we've lost control of when, like, we can schedule APHC meetings, but the key thing is that I asked staff, I says, could you please email me, is there what the agenda items could be, is there something that is, that, you know, a deadline that we have to respond to by and everything else? But the key thing is that it used to be that we need to have more connection and discussion about the meetings, ahead of the meetings, and I'm glad this is happening. So maybe it could even be a rural affair. Like let's just see
Okay.
how it goes. Okay, bye.
Okay, fine. So I've noted that, I'll work with the executive and Stuart to figure out the best way to do that. I think we are, sharing some concerns there. So that's it for 9.1.1, and you got that, Jess is here now. Okay, thank you. 9.1.3 and 0.15, Director Jackman, I believe they're similar. Do you want to elaborate, or do you want to just wait for a meeting with staff to go over these?
I would like to elaborate a bit because I have short-term specific questions.
Okay, go for it.
Relating to a meeting that'll happen next week. So, 9.13, Area A APHC did not support either of the staff recommendations. In both cases felt that they needed more time, they needed more information to look at options and to understand changes that had been made and were being made, further changes being made to compound the last year's changes that were not related to Bill 44. So my understanding that there's some work underway to maybe unwind changes that were not related to Bill 44, which was specifically stated to be the intention of last year's amendment. So that work's underway. I have no idea when it's coming back to our APHC. I have no idea if the timeline's been extended, but my real short-term concern is the APHC, the same information that was not approved or not supported by the Area A APHC or the Area B is now going to the Creston Valley Ag Advisory Commission. What, under the pretense that this is what it's going to look like? We're taking our volunteer farmers and potentially wasting their time, having them look at documentation that my understanding is going to be changed. So that's highly unfortunate and we should not be doing. So question through the staff is this double barrel question. Is the Area A proposed amendment to the comprehensive land use bylaw being amended today? And if so, is that going to be the first thing the staff tell the Ag Advisory Commission, that maybe pay no attention to the man behind the curtain because this is not what it's going to look like? Because we're feeding the same information to other groups. I don't think, I just don't think it's right. They need to know that it's being changed as they sit and read the old data.
Through the chair, I wonder if either that meeting should not happen or it should be removed from the agenda to completely remove any confusion. As opposed to even staff trying to explain, because then we gotta sit there and explain what is changing. Are they gonna do a partial review of the bylaw? That doesn't seem to make sense either to me.
So can I move on to 9.15?
Yes.
Just to kind of build on the same thing. So 9.15, the Area D APHC, a little more specific in their wording, Area A was meeting. And they stated that they support land use amendment to amend the official community plan to implement the requirements of Bill 44, Housing Statutes Residential Development Amendment Act. So the Area D APHC did not support the changes that are in the works that are now compounding last year's work to cap the total number of residential units on, say, R3, R4, R2 even. The Area D APHC did not agree to that. They agreed to only the Bill 44. So the question through the staff is there now going to be a process to unwind the non-Bill 44 changes in Area D?
Through the chair, right now, Area A and Area D have been directed to staff.
To make those
change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. I want the whole board to understand, we have information rolling forward in packages, which is influence. So as a minimum, I realize Creston Valley Ag is not going to see the Area D, but I have concerns that my other colleagues are going to be looking at data that it is not timely. It's not the right time to look at that data. So I want to know, when are we going to extend, or what? Are we just going to tell the province we don't care about December 31st? We're going to do this proper. We're going to unwind what shouldn't have been done and send it all back out to everybody who needs to know, including our neighboring municipalities if need be. And then we're going to reset this process. So we have an extension on this arbitrarily set provincial deadline that goes back, what, 15, 16 months?
Through the chair, we haven't asked for an extension.
I thought that was, sorry, Chair, I thought that was a request of staff, back.
I think through the chair, I think Rashad was looking into the opportunity for one, but I don't think we've asked for one specifically yet, just because we don't know our timing on things right now, but.
So what I want to note, 1 second, Director Lockwood, is first just going back to, we do have issues with advisory planning heritage commissions, how they're being functioned, what information they're getting. I can state that in regards to the Area D one, it was the first one I had gone to in a long time because I've treated them as, I'm not supposed to influence them. They're supposed to influence me, so I don't attend because I'm highly influential at times. And as such, they had no idea what was happening. And I didn't blame Rashab in any way, but what they received was they had no clue. They were just going to oppose it because they didn't understand it. So that's where the flag came for me. And I've had several follow-ups with staff. So what I'd like to say is, in terms of a staff meeting for the rural directors that would like to participate, please let me know. And also 2 to 3 words max on what you want to discuss specific to your APHCs. That's just in regards to the overall APHC. When it comes to the Bill 44 stuff, Stuart's aware of that. And I think before or at the next executive meeting, when we review RAC, we should be able to see where is this at. And if it's not there, get some updates. Okay. Lockwood.
Thank you. When we're down at UBCM, I would like a challenge for all of us to find an MLA or a minister or something and ask them what they will do to us local governments if we don't get their mandate at a certain date. Do we get fined? What's gonna happen to us? Are they gonna take us back? Because the threat is really annoying. It's really annoying for all of us when we're trying to do this in such a short period of time, where Samo took 20 years to do an OCP and we never got in trouble for anything. Now we've got it up to date to 5 years, and now it's like, we gotta get it done again. So I challenge us all.
Okay, I'm going to keep us moving, not to say that that was not an important comment. We're on to communications now for information. We have 2. One was added to the addenda. Does anyone want to pull either one for discussion? Graham, which one?
9.2.1.
Okay. Any other, well, the other one, does anyone want to talk about the other one? Okay, go ahead, 9.2.1.
Thank you. I want to, through the chair, I want to thank you for putting this report on the agenda. If you haven't read it, if anybody here hasn't read it, then please make a note to do this. I agree. I am a small business owner and I agree with a lot of the findings of this report, but not all. And I also believe that the RDCK can use this as a learning experience and look at some of the other regional districts that are doing things maybe better. I also want to just close here by saying that small business accounts for 45% of all the employment in British Columbia and 55% of the private sector jobs. So this is important. So if you haven't read it, please do.
Thank you. When this was, Dr. Graham asked me to put this on the agenda, and I did want to get an idea of checking the metrics, and I did email the proponents as well to check the metrics. They're not apples to apples, so we did have staff inquire what's the difference is. So I'm just going to ask Stuart to speak to the differences, because it was a learning experience for all of us to understand where were the numbers coming from, what did that mean. So I'm just going to ask him to respond to that request from me.
Sure. Through the chair, I think we could all agree that there's always ways to improve on administrative expenses, for sure. One thing I will say is that the Schedule 902 that they use in that report is prepared through the LGDE reporting that regional districts do. Because all regional districts are different, because we provide vastly different services depending on where we are, there are very few criteria for completing that categorization of expenses. So there is wildly different ways that people put in their administration expenses. As an example, our $3 million in financial service grants is in our administration expenses. But those aren't admin expenses. So our 11.5 million goes right down to 8.5 million if you take that off. Regional District of Central Okanagan shows a $1.2 million admin expenses on there. If I go to their 2023 financial plan and I add up their HR, IT, corporate admin, CAO, and board expenses, I get $6.2 million, not 1.2. So chances are what they're doing is their transfer to other services. To fire, for example, they're treating it as a fire protection expense. They're not showing it as an administration expense. So the approach that the individual took assumes that that data is apples to apples. It's not, and it makes the analysis fall apart a little bit. I think the process of the analysis is great, but when you start with that data on the Schedule 902, that's not comparing each individual RD equally, then it causes a problem for that analysis. The one thing I will say that didn't surprise me is when you were looking at the list of most expensive to least expensive, the most costly regional districts were the rural regional districts, and the ones that were less expensive to run were the more urban ones, like Capital and Central Okanagan, the ones that have very few rural areas, very densified populations. Our 3 rec centers, our 19 water systems, 18 fire halls, all more than other regional districts across the province. They cost money to run. They cost HR expenses. They cost IT expenses. So I don't expect us to ever be on the lower end of that, but the data could use work in order to put together something more meaningful there. But I take the point that they're trying to make in the report with respect to local government paying attention to these types of expenses. But I do think that we shouldn't be where we are in that ranking based on what I know about the data.
What I'll come on to Boone on the list. Kind of in discussion with Stuart to understand that, because I generally, when I read something like that, I'm like, tell me your metrics. How did you come up with this before I digest it? And I read it and I definitely was like, oh, I know that because of, talking to businesses and what it costs to do like recycling in Marblehead or whatnot. But the one thing it did really give me kind of impetus to take forward is the province and largely through our MLA, who is now the Minister of, thank you, rural. They've been working on a rural lens for a couple of years. And I felt like I wanted, because of what Stuart just spoke to about the cost of a rural regional district versus an urban one, and that this helps us make the case on how much they are downloading and what those administration costs are when you have lower spread out population densities, and that there's a vast difference in our ability to uphold the same requirements that other local governments have that don't have the population density to do that. The Dyking conversation is a really good example. You have Abbotsford compared to Duhamel, same regulations, very different populations than what you're dealing with. So I feel like there's some really good stats out of this to make the case for that rural lens when they're downloading to acknowledge population density and what they're doing. So I took some great notes out of it as well. And I never told you, yes, it's fine. I just wanted to review the data to see, are you presenting something that's really out, or is it just to be clear? Debut and then Motherhead.
Yeah, I appreciate the Stuart answer for this, because I was wondering the same thing with measuring criteria. My question then is it worthy of a response on our behalf? Because this is forwarded by a group that judges us harshly and compares us to other regional districts based on this report, when the report doesn't accurately reflect how we compare because of the differences that are not noted in this report.
Through the chair, I've had some discussion with the other RDCAOs in terms of how we might respond to something like this. I know that the chair of one of the RDs has reached out to the author in addition to Chair Watson. So like, people are having those conversations. I'm happy to respond and, summarize what I just said in terms of the apples versus oranges that's being used with respect to the column that's being focused on with respect to administrative expenses. But it would take a lot of work to get everybody's admin expenses on the same page. Like, you look at the size of Capital and Metro and their numbers and what's in there, it wouldn't take much to skew something if you included the wrong thing with them and didn't include it somewhere else. So I think redoing it to an accurate level would be difficult. I think the points taken in terms of what they were trying to do, but I would not take their analysis as gospel.
And I'm happy to report on the conversation, like the questions I sent directly to the report, and then also we have a chair group at times that will discuss things. And I didn't necessarily think it was important, and the board can direct us to do differently, to respond to say, please change this. So, because I think it'd actually be an incredible amount of work, and we don't want to derail from the fact that this is a small business organization trying to help small businesses. It's merited, like it's good work. So providing them with further details so that they can continue to do the work, but more aware of the differences and how to capture those differences would be kind of where I landed with it as your chair. And appreciate that they got back to me, helped me understand the metrics. They're engaging and they're trying to get it right. And it is expensive in a rural area. So that's just my response to you as kind of what I was thinking when I was engaging with them. And post UBCM, if there's a little conversations between the chairs, I'd be happy to come back and report on that or through the CAO group. Weatherhead, and then David off.
Thank you. I just was curious as to our relationship with Regional District Reservoir Fort George in the top 10 vendors.
Oh, Regional District Fraser Fort George is our 911 dispatch provider.
Oh, those, okay.
Yeah. David off.
Yeah, I read the report and you know, whenever you see a report like that, it's actually really good because it makes you think, right? And then it makes you ask questions. And what I know I would really appreciate as an RDCK director is some talking points from the CAO to say, okay, you know, pointing out exactly what the CEO just talked about. I was asked questions about it, and I just said I'm going to be talking to the CAO to find out, like, because I just want to make sure. So I'm hearing now that the CEO is willing to put together some talking points for us, and that would be awesome. So that we would know how to respond to our constituents when they ask the questions.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
You can also, he is going to do that, and you can also direct them to the recording at about 1:55 to 2:03. Then they can hear all of our discussion. Okay, and I'm sorry, Director Weatherhead, you went to accounts payable 9.3.
I'm sorry, did I jump?
That's okay, it's fine, I just,
Oh, right, okay, we were on that still. Sorry.
we have the answer, I just thought it was a different item.
Yeah, through the chair, you referred to a regional district, which confused me even more.
I know, I'm so sorry, I just.
Yeah. Okay, so we're good on that. 9.2.2 was added to the addenda. It was just important to note because of what we're talking about with the ALR and going to them at UBCM. So I've noted their input as well. So on 9.3, Director Weatherhead, you asked your questions. Are there any other questions? All right. Oh, Director's reports, 9.4. We are doing verbal reports this month. Are we ready? Jackman.
I offer so many opinions through all the meetings that not a whole lot more to say. Turned out to be not a really, really bad year. It turned out to be an okay cruise year. The ferry's still gonna be a major struggle. We capped the number of people that come right on the ferry now. So we have a big ferry, sometimes partly empty cars sitting in the parking lot because of a Transport Canada ruling on safety and personnel and whether or not evacuating the ship at the same time as you park fire. So it just seems some of those constraints that we talking about round and round to our prosperity, they just won't go away. Other than that, I think most of my community members are much happier now than they were, say, 6 months ago. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Director Tierney.
Oh, well, not too much to report. We had a wonderful fall fair. The organizing committee did a great job, well attended. Just become a great event now that it's moved out of the arena. The Preston Rec Complex to the farm country. And just like to, well, really thank staff a lot for the support they've provided me over the past couple of weeks. Some difficult issues, they are very much appreciated. And I think that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Vandenberg.
I wish it was CBA instead of ABC, although Creston's at the end. Not a whole lot going, but I will say that had some input come back from our Goat River water sustainability survey, and local constituents are really interested in why are they reaching out to us? What is the importance of this? And I'm going, this is your opportunity to shine when we're talking about the whole concept with the valley and where our future water is heading in that sort of direction. That's really all that seems to be top of mind, other than the fact that Wendell Hall is having a fundraising on Friday and Saturday, in which Director Jackman will be sitting on the water dump tank on Friday, and I, for whatever reason, volunteered to sit on the water duct tank for Saturday. So a little bit of fun for the weekend, and that's all I have.
Well, I'm next, but I go to the end and it's just an A, B, C, D, E, F. That's how I do it. Oh, I'm so sorry. I mix it up, but then I get confused. Director Graham.
Thank you. So yeah, it's been pretty busy in Area E. Definitely the ferries is still a challenge for us. So and thank you for your support on these two motions today. There is an upgrade going on at the Balfour Ferry Landing right now from the ASCO. We have a little display there. So the Balfour and Business District has been upgrading the area around it, and it's really good. I'm really happy about that because it really looked terrible. We had this beautiful new ferry landing and then this crappy little area. So it's really coming along. We had Sunshine Bay farmers markets going on all summer. They were really successful, and that was at the Sunshine Bay Park, which is the regional district park. So that's the year number 2. And there's a Harrop Hall Festival on Sunday from, I think it's 10 to 2, and that's at the Harrop Hall. I'm gonna go at 10 because we're gonna be heading out to UDCM. There is currently, I don't know if you are aware, but there is currently a labor relations code review going on. And they are open until tomorrow for input. And I have an article from the Harrop Ferry Committee in our EF newsletter, and it has a suggested letter that you may wish to submit. If anybody is interested, I think we could really appreciate your support as we discussed earlier about the situations that are going on. And I can send that link if anybody needs it. And lastly is we're doing the ENF newsletters every week, and it's really fun to be working with Director Hill.
Thank you.
Director Hill.
Thank you. I think Community Works grant criteria evolution is proved to be very interesting. As we learn that our water systems that we've tried to support over time may or may not be qualifying. And I haven't checked out whether this one that I'm going to mention will qualify or not. So I haven't spoken to Mike about this. The Pulpit Rock Society that manages Pulpit Rock Trails and the Lions Bluff Trail that end up meeting has taken on a couple of other trails, and in their partnership with BC Rec Sites and Trails, they manage and have taken over responsibility for the wonderful, I mentioned it once or twice before, the wonderful accessible trail, Sproul Creek Trail, just up here out of Tagum, just above the Tagum Shell. Fantastic, goes along Sproul Creek, beautiful, easy, when I say accessible, very low climb, but it has 3 bridges or 4 that cross Sproul Creek that are end of life. And Rec Parks and Trails, they just aren't, Justin isn't able to fund the project. So Pulpit Rock Society has done a lot of work, found a contractor, we've done walks on the trail, we may relocate a few of the bridges to make them more accessible and easier to cross. And of course, I was going to provide significant funding for these bridges through Community Works because it's in Area F. And we worked it out with Mike that Rec Parks and Trails and Pulpit Rock, we don't own the thing, but we could do it through that. But we may run into a bit of a bind with the evolving Community Works grant criteria. But I just wanted to say that what a cool thing, walking with the Pulpit Rock Society and Heather Smith, who, not our Heather Smith, another one who does a lot of trail work and mapping and what have you, was very interesting, and what a wonderful place to go for a 4 or 5 kilometer hike, gently up, gently back down. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Cunningham.
Good, thank you. It's been a beautiful summer, as we all know, and a beautiful summer also has its risks with water systems. The November water system has been pushed very, very hard this summer so far. we still got September, possibly October to go before we start to kind of, water relief. Well, out of the two pumps that we can use, we only use one because, if we run both, we keep running the pond dry. And, so, we are not on water restrictions because people in Weimar have always been very careful about how they use the water. And we, as a matter of fact, our water use is well below the provincial average, even for systems that would have meters, if we don't. Just to point it out. Other than that, it's rather a wonderful summer. Everybody's been out getting wet and enjoying themselves in the river, which is, and our skate park has terrific use. I mean, you have some lighting in it now till 10 o'clock at night, and everybody in their horses home. Everybody who can put wheels underneath their feet seems to be there, almost, from light in the morning, from 6 in the morning, right through till 10 o'clock at night when it gets started. And also same with them, the paved area that was developed, both to get a dual use area, rink in the winter time, and a multi-use thing, everything from basketball to pickleball to kinds of things, is getting also a great deal of use, and it's really wonderful to see people engaging in outdoor activities, because that's the big thing, is get them out of the buildings and away from their electronics and out doing something where they can become physically active and actually talk to other people, and it certainly promotes communities hanging together and working together. And I see that if you come into Weimar, you won't see litter anywhere. The community's got, and it has, it keeps itself clean. You see very, very little graffiti, because again, this is not an approved activity, so there's very, very little. And so all in all, I think I'm quite happy with the way things gone this summer. And I'd like to say, well, good for us. No, good for them. They're the ones that do the work. I only contribute where I can.
Thank you. Director Popov.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's been a pretty busy summer for me. One of the things that I participated in is the active transportation with Alex from Community Sustainability Service between New Denver and Spokane, or New Denver and Silverton, I should say. And it's something that I've looked at back in 2008, did a lot of research on it, and it's a costly affair. But we're taking a look at it, and I think Alex is going to work on a proposal to do a survey of active transportation within Area H from Summit Lake down to South Spokane. That's something that's going to be happening. And the other thing that I've been involved in is actually, to what Director Cunningham mentioned, is the summer. Normally during a real hot summer that's happening, aside from all the smoke and everything else, we have a lot of river rafting done on the Spokane River. This year, it's been the temperature, or the weather changed on almost a daily basis, from rain to nice weather for a few days, whatever. So it hasn't been so active, and less incidents on the river. There's always actually 1 or 2 incidents that are happening on the river. Getting back to connectivity, which is one of my specialties, the Southeast BC Regional Connectivity Meeting was held in early September here, and I think we take turns with Director Jackman, hopefully turns, providing a written report. Director Jackman did provide a written report, so I can't really expand too much on that. The other thing you might have noticed is the ad by Rogers advertising a program which allows Canadians to connect to satellite cell service for free. It's a trial program. And I explored that program to see if I can connect to cell service for free where we don't have cell service in rural areas. Well, lo and behold, my 2023 cell phone is obsolete. You have to have a fairly new cell phone to be able to connect to that service. So, and I'm not about to change my 2023 cell phone to a 2024 or 2025 cell phone. So there are some restrictions on that, but I believe anybody that has new cell phones, it would be a good trial for them to try that.
Thank you, Director Davidoff.
Thank you, Chair. So we've been busy with ferry stuff since the last meeting. I've got a community that's lobbying for a reduction of speed limits within their densely populated area. You've heard the wildfire truck situation, so that's that. And now I can't use community works grants to support a multi-$100,000 replacement of a failed septic field for a community hall. So they're scrambling. There in the agenda, there's item 9.4.5. Director Popov was talking about active transportation network. Well, in a densely populated rural community, and in our case, it's Shore Acres, the roadway is the active transportation network. And I'll tell you, if you read that report and read the stories of what seal coating can do to destroy the active transportation network within a community by degrading what was a really usable surface, it would never happen in the city of Nelson. It would never happen in the city of Castlegar. Can you imagine seal coating all the streets, side streets in any of those communities? So what I have there is a remediation request that's been sent to all the relevant ministers. You can look at it. I'm waiting for a response by September 30th. I got nothing from anybody so far. No MLAs, nobody responding. So I emailed transportation, Kevin Lewis and Greg Kinnear, and it says, has any MLA or any minister gotten a hold of you for a briefing on this stuff? So we'll see what happens. Keep you posted. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Weatherhead.
Thank you. I've been supporting Arrow Park in their application with Ministry of Transportation and Transit for land tenure to serve as a community gathering space and a muster station, and also in partnership with the new Arrow Lakes Brigade as a place to store equipment, things like that for the fire brigade. So keeping my fingers crossed that MOT will be give us that land we've been waiting for many years. Columbia Basin Trust is working with Burton, so I attended a community engagement toward realizing a new redesign of their lovely community park, just to get the community out using it more, improving the concession, and providing a little space for the community garden, food access for pickup, which is going really nicely. Burton Community Garden has actually been a hugely successful season. We have a lot more volunteers. They've created a farmer's market, which was their goal all along, and it was so successful that it's actually just getting the community out. This community is a lot of newcomers to the community of Burton. It was at one point we had no children left in Burton whatsoever, and the school had closed down, and then finally some families started to move there, and eventually they had to reopen a school, which is kind of unheard of in rural BC, and lovely school. And then now the school is full and to full capacity, and more families actually want to move to Burton. So there's some challenges there for certain things. Anyways, and then I also was really pleased this summer to attend the Youth Climate Corps presentation that was done in Folcure. It organized with all the 3 seniors clubs to get as many seniors out to this, and we had 28, and they were so welcoming to this Youth Climate Corps, and they were just really blessed to felt very blessed to have them come to them. And I just gave them a grant for food because of course we have absolutely no restaurant, no gas station left. We're kind of on life support out there in Folcure in terms of their businesses left. So when people come to Folcure for events and things like that, we really rely heavily upon our community club and their kitchen, and we brought in a caterer, and that's kind of how we have to roll. The caterer has to come from somewhere else. But we make it work. So
thank you. Director McFadden.
Great highlights you guys might want to know about. You probably saw the announcement that our art gallery is moving downtown. They bought the old, a club that was downtown on the corner, and very excited, reimagining what that might look like. Don't know how timeline yet, if when they're gonna move down there, but it'll be great for downtown core. Pioneer Arena is down. They're just doing finish cleaning up, but the arena is down, and surprisingly, my email has been pretty quiet, so that's great. I was expecting a whole lot of pushback, but they already gave me all that, so I think maybe they realized it's happening. And I did attend and help facilitate question and answers at the BC Burning documentary that was held in Cassider. Very well done, not done by government, but done by independent, and it just was really thought provoking of where we're at and what forest management might look like. And it was a great, they are showing it at the forestry, whatever the dinner is, at UBCM. Yeah, thank you, at UBCM, if anyone is attending that, you'll see it there, it was really well done. We had a roundtable with MP, our local MP, and the MP for the Shadow Minister for Housing from Ottawa or from Ontario. He came into town and did a roundtable around housing, what our needs are in our region and our area. It was a couple of us, local government, planners, nonprofit housing providers, and local contractors. Great conversation, some really good talks around that. I think I already told you that I met with the Parliamentary Minister for Transit, specifically around RDCK and transit and what we're looking at our challenges. I'll keep you guys updated on that. And if you're in Casco, we've got a few new restaurants open, some local independent ones and some chains, but there's some great new restaurants. So if you're there, check them out. That's all I got for you. Thank you.
Dr. DeBoom.
On a personal note, more trout, 8 more huckleberries and sat around more campfires than anything. That's the joys of living in the Kootenay, and that's why we'll never leave. But as a combined group, one of the things that we did recently, because we share in physician recruitment for our community, we had a Creston Valley Health Working Group meeting. And one of the things we were told is that we have not had ER closures in our community. Even though we're short, we could use 7.5 more positions because of their dedication to keeping it open. There's always a doctor at the ER and staffed 24/7. So we're very fortunate with that. But with the increase in the use and the need for more physicians, this may not be sustainable. So we do strategize on how to bring more physicians to our community. I think we're, as a province and hopefully locally as well, we're starting to see that movement of US physicians that are a little less content in their own country. So, we all want our share of that if we can. But in order to make us competitive with other communities, even though we've had a good strategy, I think we'll be working on a strategic plan that's specific to our community to give the physicians and the recruiters a very condensed version of why they should move to our town and what the benefits are. So that's something that we will be working on over the next while, and hopefully that will bear some fruit. We talk to the Minister of Health when we can, and things like that. We compare ourselves to other communities that are small, struggling, and we're lucky, but maybe they have to come and catch trout and sit around campfires as well, that we know. One of the things we were informed of recently is that our Columbia Brewery has had to lay off several positions, and partly due to the decrease in worldwide beer consumption, and we are a beer brewery. But also, there are some things that advocating to the province on they have worked on changing some of their policies, but have not done them. One is the minimum pricing policy, which means that the larger breweries are subject to a minimum price for the product. Smaller breweries are not, which means a smaller brewery can sell the product for less. They can raise the alcohol amount and still sell it for less. So they are actually encouraging people to consume at a better price than what our brewery can produce. And so the management of the brewery will be meeting with the premier and ministers, and they would like us, if we can, to participate in that. It's just important that take a look at what you're doing. Last year, during the provincial election. They already had this in the works, but they decided, let's not mess with liquor prices just before an election. So they, hopefully they'll get back on track because, there are disadvantages, in places like ours where we can employ a lot of people because of that competitive edge that really shouldn't be there. So we need to level the playing field on that. And then thirdly, we had the pleasure on September 5th of meeting with MLA Anderson and Minister Owen Ma. And we toured our, once again, our Crestview village with the idea of opening up the ground floor for long-term care beds. It's already built, it's already partitioned, it's drywalled. We could add at least 11 beds to our community by just simply finishing that job. They could work in partnership with Golden Life Management, and that would be a real big benefit to our community. So it seems like an easy win, and we hope we can proceed with that. And I think Director Jackman, for his involvement in that, very knowledgeable in that and very persuasive as well. So, you know, working with the other regional directors and what we do in Creston has been a pleasure and been very progressive.
Thank you. Director Hewitt.
Hey, I'll warn you, I might take more than my 2 minutes because I got
Everybody has.
So first I was at CBT board meetings last week in Radium, and it was the AGM and celebrated the 30th anniversary. Just a note for everybody that when I provide my written report, I will provide a copy of the trust board highlights, and I always I've been putting a link in where you can access all of the meeting minutes. They are not private, they're not secret. So you could read any of the sets of open minutes. We received a presentation on volunteerism in the basin by Selkirk College. And I've just gotten permission from John Strelov. If anybody wants to see that, I can share it. And just for information, I am the board liaison to the Housing Initiatives Task Force. There's 4 task forces that were formed, and that was one of them. I'll be at UBCM next week along with many of you, and I will have pre-minister or staff meetings. And I am the village's voting rep on MIABC. So I'll do that on Tuesday and then shift over to the MFA and semi-annual meeting. And let's see, I attended the opening of the Nelson Health Campus and the Nelson Fairview Gardens. It's a beautiful site. I'm happy for the seniors to be able to move into such a beautiful facility. That was followed up by a meeting with Director Watson, MLA Anderson, Bowen Law, and Tyler Bilby of our Hospital Auxiliary Society discussing the possible expansion of the long-term care beds at the Victorian Health Center. And FCM, I've gotten my committee assignments. I'm on Committee of the Whole, Rural Forum, 2 new ones for me, Election Readiness Working Group, Governance Committee, and then a couple of the usual ones, Social Economic Development, and Environmental Issues and Sustainable Development. There'll be virtual meetings starting September 29th. I'll have 2, one on October 6th, 7th, 8th, and 2 on the 9th, and then the advocacy days at the end of October. And finally, our Director of Finance and Corporate Services has been in place for about a month now, and she's already really earning her money. Within one day, she had council highlights from the night before. It was amazing. And I think that Director Watson saw that on my post, was it? So I shared it on my Facebook page, and so Director Watson was able to get some information from me. So.
Immediately sent her an email saying, can I have some information?
That's it.
McLaren Co.
Thanks, Chair. I'll try to be quick, but I probably won't be. I thought I had a quiet summer, but then I started writing things down and I realized there's a lot going Just a quick personal note, like Directors Cunningham and DeBoon, I actually got to enjoy some personal time this past summer, which was awesome, and enjoy the regional district. And if anybody wants to see a picture of me not wearing a suit, just go look at my hiking photos from on social media. But around the cusp, our local ski hill, Summit Lake Ski Hill, I attended the Slocan Valley Services Committee with the Slocan Valley directors and Director Weatherhead and our mayor from the cusp, because they are facing some challenges and looking to increase their requisition from the regional district. So that's an interesting ask from them. From AKBLG, I chair the advocacy committee, so Rural Lens came up earlier, I believe, from chair. And we have some meetings, particularly with Minister of Municipal Affairs, on the rural lens and where the province is going with that. I have also been invited to participate with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs on a working group on responsible conduct, but similar to Chair Watson and the EDMA working group, I have had to sign a non-disclosure agreement, so that's all you get until I'm allowed to share something. UBCM is coming up, so there's a lot of prep for that, both with the executive here, with the Village of the Cusp, and with AKBLG. Incidentally, I did put my name in for the small community representative on the UBCM board. So if you would support me for that, I would be very appreciative. It's only for communities under 2,500 that can vote. So if you can vote, please do for me. If you can't, I have buttons, so please wear them if you're attending. What else? Around town, the village, we're working on our waterfront master plan, which is pretty exciting. The new CBT building is going up on our main street, which is also exciting. New brewery is going up. It's in like an airplane hangar. It's like a quant. Anyway, if you're in the cusp, check it out. It's interesting. What else? Hot Spring Source Trail. We just cut the ribbon on that. So if you know the Cusp Hot Springs, where the source is, they've just completed a new cedar boardwalk out to it. We just visited it, I think yesterday, the day before, and it's really, really well done. So check that out. And a couple other things about, the UBCM. Go to the YouTube channel and watch my video, please. It will help. And then from the village, just working on some asset management. And one note for context, because it came up in our meeting today. We just passed our permissive tax exemption bylaw, and the total ask for the Village of the Cusp, population 1,600, was about 25,000, whereas today we did about 19,000 for the whole regional district. So, and for context, so thank you.
Director Page.
Yeah, it's been a lovely summer, as everyone has said. I got a little bit of time to go back and forth to Alberta, so I appreciated the drive across the Kootenays, just here in the regional district of Central. It's all been good, but here in town, as a touched on it, we have our beautiful health campus that's open. That's not just for seniors. There's childcare in that building as well. So it's intergenerational, which will be lovely for everyone. I don't want anyone to get too spooked when they're coming down the highway, but we've installed the Giga Spider. That was a donation at City Hall. When you come on the highway, you'll see it at night. It has glowing red eyes. Casper already knows about this because it's already parked over there. So it was bought by a patron and donated to the city. We had fulsome discussions at our last city council meeting about GIS, and the city will be moving forward with consolidating and setting up its own GIS system, so that you may know more about that, but just importantly, you guys will all know that that's coming down the line. We have taken on Fort St. George as our fire dispatch. We're in the middle of executing on the recommendations of our fire master plan. Over the year, our very historic career fire department has grown in terms of service calls and in terms of responsibilities, and the days of being able to have a couple people in that office doing the dispatch, as well as responding to calls, as well as being the call-in for the various public works people that are out on shift, has just exceeded our capacity. So we're no longer doing our own internal dispatch. We're contracting out a lot. Same service that the regional district of Southern Kootenay does. And we are working through the process of identifying a site for a new fire hall, and that work is ongoing. We haven't decided on it yet, but doing lots of work in that domain, and that's mostly what's going on in the city of Nelson.
Director Lockwood.
Thank you. So our biggest thing that we have done is we committed some funds to some LIDAR and found 5 major leaks in Falmouth, and we have decreased our water outtake by over 100,000 liters a day. So, and we know that water leaks in all of our areas are big. So that was a great thing. Something, and this isn't in my area, Rosebud. I get people commenting to me and sending me emails constantly about either likes or dislikes of what's going on up at Rosebud, and I've had a lot of complimentary stuff about what our RDCK staff is doing up there. So I just wanted to highlight that is the one and only park that is that's got a body of water that's out in Area G that is RDCK owned, and it's well appreciated for the money that and time that goes into that park. And the only other thing that I want to say is that our community is really honing down on being fire smart in their homes. And they're not applying for anything. They're just having conversations of how do we help the next door neighbor clean up their stuff because it's so overwhelming for them. So it's great, great stuff going on.
Thank you. Dr. May.
Yeah, thank you. My, official duties over the last little while have been less than they are sometimes. It's been nice to get a little bit of a break. Village of Silverton regular council meeting. I got to explain a lot about regional district to my council, because I attended a bunch of regional district meetings over the last couple of months. I was catching them up on. The Spokane Lake Community Health Campus has had a few ER closures over the last, throughout the summer, and not because of physician shortage, but nursing shortage. And there are nursing positions in that facility that have been being advertised for months and months and months and are not getting filled. And there are reasons for that. You can ask me about them and I'll tell you face to face. Other than that, I did attend the meeting about the New Denver Silverton active transportation corridor 2B, and the Spokane Valley Shared Services Committee meeting, which was also attended by Directors Weatherhead and McLaren Co. because we have one facility that we all contribute to. And that took some explaining to council as well. Why were they there? What do we have to do with that? Constantly explaining things. Other than that, I did have some time for a personal life, which was really lovely. I got to empty my freezer and clean it out, renew the mortgage on my house, and personally inspect some of the parks and trails in the area, i.e. dog walking out on the trails, specifically the Roseberry Parklands and Galena Trail and KNS Trail. So they are being maintained nicely and they are being used nicely. I also got to attend a foraging and food preservation workshop put on by Harvest Share, which is part of the North Spokane Valley Healthy Community Association. And I got to play some music with my band for the first time in a long time. So it's been a mixed bag, the good, the bad, and the ugly, but mostly the good. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lund left the meeting about 15 minutes ago. So I'm the last on the list. I didn't forget anybody, did I? Here's the list. So I don't know when summer happened or when it was over, but I think I caught about 2 days of camping throughout it. I do the river trail as much as I can because that's when I can get away. It's an hour-long adventure. So it was a beautiful summer. I wish I'd seen it a little more. A lot going on within Area D. I'm working on a community vision and asset management explanation for one of my many communities to help them work together on their shared assets and find commonality. I had the meeting with the ministers regarding long-term care with Castle. Thank you very much, Director Hewitt, for including me. I met with my Advisory Planning Heritage Commission chair, which instigated attending the meeting because they were quite confused over what they were supposed to be doing. And that was a great catch up. He's an old friend and also one of the last agrologists in our region and did the soil mapping in the 80s. So he's a very fascinating person. It's great to catch up with him. Really appreciate him. Columbia River Treaty Local Governments Committee attended a few of those meetings. You will see in the reports attached in the agenda. There is one on the WPOR, which is the Water Use Plan Order Review. Duncan is one that has a water use plan. It was originally, I don't need to give you the whole history, that'll take too long. It's supposed to be under review back in the mid 2015-ish, 2010s, and it keeps getting delayed. The water use plan is essentially says how to manage this water within treaty confines and the requirements of BC Hydro, or the needs of BC Hydro. They used to have a consultative committee, which the former director Greenlaw was on at the time. And this board opposed what they came up in that water use plan because it was known at the time that they were going to cause impacts to our mosquito abatement service based on when they were going to flood. They put in a certain aspect of that in the water use plan, and they have continuously surpassed it, causing increases to our taxation. That's one of many items under water use plan that the Columbia River Treaty Group is advocating that there is local consideration and consultation within that, and we have yet to get an answer on if they will do that, but that is the purpose of the letter you will see in there. I'm only referencing Duncan. Director Page and the clerk are also on the committee if you want to know more about that. Big items right now are we have a area called Zawicki Road that goes into the Wagon Road. It's an unmaintained right-of-way heritage trail, but there's a certain section that has no designation, and there's a private residence who continuously claims it as their own and is actually quite unsafe. So everybody keeps getting rerouted another direction. 2 months ago, I met between Ministry of Transportation, our local fire services, because there was a house that was being blocked. This resident is actually building berms 6 to 8 feet long, taller than me. And this has been going on for many, many years. And so they keep coming to the RDCK saying, what are you going to do about it? I'm like, not my jurisdiction. So I convened meetings, try to get a solution. Don't ask why there's no solution, but there is no solution. And I'm continuously getting more and more flack from one of the authorities because I'm asking questions and they consider it interfering. So I'm having a lot of issues with that, and people are unsafe, and I'll leave it at that because if I say more, someone's going to get mad at me. It's no one at this table. But one of the local groups is trying for a license of occupation. It's remarkably difficult to have enforcement on blocking public access, which is really surprising to me. Also in roads, a lot of stuff with roads. We've had a lot of accidents in Mirror Lake recently, and I was really grateful that the Ministry of Transportation did a very quick review after 4 accidents within, I think, a week space of time. We're search and rescue and first responders were responding all in the same spot. Ministry of Transportation reviewed, they're going to be putting in some different driving things to say, watch out, sharp corner, don't drive fast, whatever those things are, different flex and signs and whatnot. But a note on the roads that the driving this year has been horrendous. I've called in several things. Bikers that are passing on double lanes, I just call Parsi and say, please, here's the license plate, please go check it. The other one is a lot of speeding up in Hauser, which is, you go on Google Maps, it's a highway, do not take it as a highway. It is a gravel road and it's quite rumbly. And because we have a lot of what are considered unclassified roads once you get off the pavement, and they are speed at your own pleasure or risk. And so a lot of these communities that are in those areas are facing a lot of concerns because it's very unsafe driving because people think their level of speed is safe when it's not, when you have kids and dogs and all that. So a lot of requests for being able to deal with road issues. Our Argenta Fall Fair is tomorrow, and the Meadow Creek one, I believe, is the week after at the Lord Valley Community Hall for Econ events. And maybe I will try to go to an event and have some fun before UBC. I think that was on my list.
Okay.
Chair, can I just interject with a very brief piece of information?
Yes.
Okay, on Monday at UPCM at 2 p.m., our CAO Mike Moore is one of the speakers at the session called Delivering Affordable Housing Challenges and Opportunities, just so everyone knows.
Okay, thanks. All right, let's take our action and break and then come back and we will do.
All right.
Yep.
You're not gonna be here, you're not gonna be in the house for second.
All your time.
Watch the football.
Or I said, are you ready? And then I put them up in a memo. We're ready. We'll take a motion to close the meeting to the public. Thank you. Move seconded, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Motion to recess open. Move second, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll just take a moment to thank you, observer, for being present. And say have a great day. Thank you, Trisha and Craig, for turning on your cameras. Can you? And you need to take observer